HR data is very complex and unstructured.
I can have that agent manage that entire sourcing process for me.
How do you combine it and use the agents effectively with the humans in the loop?
By using automations, your team has saved time in reviewing and scheduling candidates.
This is a foundational infrastructure that is expected of modern HR systems.
Welcome to AI Day 2025. That warm welcome feels stupendous. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We are joined, of course, AI Day is live, and we're joined by a live audience. If we get a shot of the audience, would be awesome. That's great. Thank you. Audience has flown in from all across the United States. We appreciate your time, your energy, making the way out here. You're here for a few different reasons. This is just one of them, so thank you very much. As you saw, we started from the control room. I just want to thank the support staff for making all this happen. Much appreciation across the board. So, AI Day. AI Day from Phenom is a unique event. It's the only one in the HR industry, the only one in human resources that we put on a day dedicated to helping you better understand all this technology. And so I thought, what should we do? How do we start off this thing? And I thought, okay, do we have any fun facts? Should we get into the serious conversation on AI, but do it in a way that maybe everyone can understand and immediately connect with? So that's what we're going to do. I have 4 fun facts for everyone. So I don't know if you know this. From a Netflix perspective, or even YouTube, anywhere you're being served personalized content, 80% of watched content right now comes from AI recommendations, right? And that's generally for us, that's our consumer side, right? That's our personal side. But you may not have known this. 45% of candidate applications today come from jobs recommended by AI. If it feels right in our personal world and helpful, isn't it nice that it carries over, this technology carries over, into our everyday work world? I think so. And from a candidate, we've all been a candidate at one point. Man, I'd love for the right jobs to be served to me when I need them most. That feels really good. How about this? Siri saves every one of us that use Siri or uses, some of the voice capabilities in our phones. It saves you at least 5 minutes a day. Think about it. Every time you unlock your phone and you're not using your fingers to do it, it's saving you time. Every time you say, I won't say it, but set an alarm, because I don't want all these alarms being set here in front of the live audience, it's saving us time. I mean, what do you do with all your time back? Take a longer shower? Run out of hot water? Do you every day hit snooze because you can now, when before you couldn't hit that snooze button? I mean, these are real things you get back. But did you know this? Automated interview scheduling saves users 35 minutes a day. Again, your personal world, you get used to saving time. What do you do with it? We've got to think about the same thing in our professional world now. How about this one, right? ChatGPT saves the average user an hour a day just by helping create emails, generate summaries, even research. What about Phenom? Our X Plus GenAI saves users an hour a day just by generating emails and also doing profile summaries. Again, there's time savings everywhere. What are we going to do with all of this? Well, we're taking what we're used to in our personal worlds now and bringing it into our professional worlds, right? I think generating emails alone saves 6 minutes in email. 6 minutes in email. So if you wanted to write an email today and you want to do it 6 minutes faster, you can do it. Pretty amazing. How about agents? Going all the way to agentic, right? So agents, you want to plan a trip? Okay, let's say we're going to plan a trip to Europe. I want to look at several different hotels. I want to compare all of these costs. I want to set an itinerary. I can use an agent to do these things. And I can take what takes 40 minutes and I can boil it right down to 5 minutes. This is reality, which we live in today. Great. I want to do that for my personal, but what about work? Okay, so Phenom voice screening agent reduces candidate screening from 20 minutes to 8 minutes. I think if you're in the business, which we all are, that feels good. We'll take that time savings every day for every one of our team members. Okay, so that's the fun facts. So why are we here? Right, we said this is AI Day 2025. So if we look back and we take the past 4 years, we've done AI Day for 4 years. The past 4 years, Phenom has been dedicated to bringing you the deep technical understanding of AI, automation, and experience. Those 3 factors, AI, automation, experience, and giving you how you can practically apply them in your environment. Okay, if you think of 2022 as the base camp, each year we set a higher and higher camp. And we're all going to a summit that no one's ever seen before. We're doing it together, and we're doing it step by step. I think it's going to feel good at the end of the day. Okay. So I mentioned like we do this, and we do it for you, but who's the you, right? Well, first, let's start with we do this because we're passionate about it. This is what we're passionate about. The Phenom teams are at the forefront of bringing innovation to market. That's what we do. And we do it for 3 reasons. We do it so you can hire faster, develop better, and retain your employees longer. I think at the end of the day, you having that capability, your entire organization having that capability is right. It makes our life better, and it makes the lives of the people around us better. So when I talk about the you, in this case, who is actually the you? Who am I speaking with? Who am I speaking to? We're talking about recruiters trying to fill every role. It doesn't matter if you have that one hard-to-fill role or the hundreds or thousands of seasonal workers for your organization. That's who we're doing it for. Talent managers looking to take certain individuals with very unique skill sets and move them to business units that are growing, and you need to staff that. HRIT staff that are looking to consolidate technology and integrate technology. Managers, hiring managers and people managers who are literally every day trying to build the best and strongest teams they can build. AI officers who are trying to balance working ethics and bias. And when we look at the entire HR organization, it's really about exploring governance, helping you understand the tech direction, where is the HR tech world going? This is the who, and this is why we do it. I have a message for the CHROs that are joining us. And that message is simple. Since COVID, you've been working tirelessly to show your organizations the value of your entire human resource team, painstakingly doing that. We've been with you this whole time, and we'll continue to be with you. We're doing this together. We mean that. I want to be very, very clear about one thing. Phenom is turning vision into reality. And we're doing that by tackling and solving HR's biggest challenges. We're doing it in a very, very unique way, though. So when you hear the word applied AI, or you hear us say applied AI, or you hear that in the industry from now going forward, what it really means to you is that it is specifically purpose-built for you, for your company, for your industry, for your use cases, for your candidates, for your employees. You want technology for you. You don't want it for someone else. That's what applied AI is giving you. It's deliberately built technology applied to your specific situations. That's what it is. So today, you're going to see how all of this works. More importantly, you're going to see how capable each and every one of you are about going after this and adopting it. So of course, you're going to hear from our engineers. You're going to hear from our co-founder. You're going to hear from our product team. They're all here today to show you and help guide you. Who doesn't love a guide? We all need guides in our lives. But I think more importantly, you're going to have a chance to hear the voice of pioneers in the industry who have already taken those first steps. In fact, some of them are several steps down the path because they've been doing it for the last 3 or 4 years. And I don't call them brave. What I call them is true pioneers in our industry. Because what they're setting out to do is they're setting out to lead their teams and their organization into the next era that we have for us in human resources. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to dominate for their company, dominate the talent market. And they're going to use applied AI to do just that. So with all of that said, I want to officially kick the day off and welcome our co-founder and CEO, Mahe Bayireddi. Mahe.
So hi, everyone. Thank you for coming for AI Day. So the last 3 years, the 3 years what we did was interesting. This year is a much more different comparatively because the change what we have seen and what we have witnessed with respect to AI is amplified at a different level. So now, if you come to Phenom, Phenom lives for one single purpose, that is helping 1 billion people find the right work. Now here is the point. AI actually amplified this purpose more aggressively than ever. We can right now use all the technology and the tools what we really create to really make it much more live. But here is the point. The type of work what we're really doing is drastically changing. And that's because of technology. So today we'll show how this is changing, not from just a use case perspective or an outcome perspective, but how technically it happens underneath every particular fabric. Now, if you take the last 20 years, we have a colossal shift. What happened is we have converted all the processes into digitization. And then internet power actually really made the whole equation really work from n number of point of views. Like you have seen what Jonathan is really talking about in terms of where all we are using today AI. But all this is possible because internet has enabled this. It gave us a platform which we never had. But if you look at the last 2 years, what happened, it's an exponential shift. AI took a next leap of faith. And the reason for that was LLMs and GenAI and agents. This changed the overall equation from how you augment, how you adapt workflows, then how you self-improve the overall equation. That change we didn't witness before. This really brings to the next phase of what is the next 10 years going to be? It's going to be a mind-blowing shift, which we never thought. In our own dreams, we don't even understand what software can do right now. If we closely understand, we are moving from static to dynamic in the last couple of years. We're moving from instruction to prediction, and we're also moving from automation to agentic. Now, this is going even further. We're heading into a new world where software is no more about doing small tasks. It's almost your worker, which is working with you as if it's a collaborator, like a teammate. It's collaborating with you, learning with you, understanding. But here is the point. The software can do end-to-end. A human has to do end-to-end. Software works in parts. AI and agent works in parts. Which parts it work effectively is what humans have to understand and delegate effectively. That can be enabling enterprise systems in a much more different format where you are evolving software into a living ecosystems which can learn, which can grow, which can negotiate, on top of it, which can optimize at every step. This transition is what the next 10 years is going to be. Now, the last 30 years, we all know software is just a tool. It's no longer a tool. It's a dynamic, living, evolving intelligence, which understands each person in the HR ecosystem, fundamentally who they are, what their intent is, what they're really governing for, and what they want to really accomplish, and what outcome they're really looking for. Can you consolidate it and contextualize for them at every step? That's the opportunity what we're really getting into. Now, we have used different types of user experiences interacting with machines. We type, we click, we swipe, we speak. Now we reason with it. We ask a question and we ask next question, we ask a next question, and constantly evolve from it. From a physical typing, we move to a cognitive control. We're depleting the friction of how to communicate with a machine. This is amplifying our intelligence to a different level. Now, what this does is, traditional software, if you really see, they collect structured data, which is what you typed and clicked. That's what the last 20 years you're collecting. But the unstructured data is what you swiped, what you really speak, and how you reason. This data is exploding to a different level. LLMs can amplify this, and GenAI can really give us a different viewpoint. Now, bringing all of this together is what creates a violent disruption. The data sets are moving in so adaptive format. We're building these cognitive systems which are continuously learning from every step where we sit. Now, instead of really just creating apps, where we are going right now is we are interacting and orchestrating with agents, which are not just connecting the apps, but also the data and the people and their interaction at every step of their way. In any journey you really think, it can work. Now, this is the best example I've seen quite recently. What's the difference between a cook and a chef? A chef is somebody who creates recipes. A cook is somebody who actually cooks whatever the dish you want. If you apply this to AI, the cooks are the ones which AI can take their job, parts of it completely or in pieces, so that you can bring productivity and usefulness with AI. Now, here is the point. After DoorDash and Uber Eats, most of us have tried multiple cuisines of food, which before that we never. Why? It's the ease of getting the food which makes human really crave for taste. When AI speeds up, what happens is your taste really goes up to a different level. People want different flavors. And the number of chefs you need will quadruple or even go hundreds of times more compared to what a cook can really do. That combination is what we are really going to witness. So you're, instead of really thinking about execution purely, you're thinking about exploration. And parts of the execution, you really deliver it to the agents and delegate it effectively. Now, we applied this for pure HR-specific agents. We really took all the tooling, what we built with the data engines, what we built with ontologies, what we built with orchestration engines, then the contextual engineering. And then we applied it to what we can do with chain of thought. Like use LLM as a judge to make sure we don't really make too many mistakes. Build evaluations which are really concrete. And build reinforcement learning in a nutshell to make sure everything is working in an effective format. But learning is very crucial because a pure LLM is imitative. It's not learning from an experience. So how can we really feed that equation in an effective format? Now, at Phenom, we actually showed you two types of agents, the experience agents and the persona agents. We have delivered over 25 agents. They're deployed in the customer bases right now. And we're seeing tremendous results. But over a period of time in the last 12 months, what we learned is we orchestrated the overall infrastructure. It's an RL design layer which actually really cracked in the last 2 years way differently than anything else. So what happens is when we use models, we use three types of models. One is specialized, HR-specific, domain-specific, small language models. The reason we use is they're cheap, they're fast, the latency is high. But we cannot use for everything. Then we use frontier models. Therefore, deep reasoning, novel use cases, where we need, like the data protection is not really amplified, like a job analysis. That can be done because jobs are publicly available. So, or voice analysis. Those areas we'll use it so that the data is protected. Then we have traditional ML systems, which we are building for the last 10 years, all of this is fed into a decision layer. And we use a policy infrastructure to optimize that whole thing. And then the actions are taken on top of it, and the feedback loop is built throughout because a human has to be there to really correct it. Now, this opens up a completely new paradigm in HR. We are transforming work. And if you look at what the transformation is, you'll have new job market, you'll have new patterns, you have new behaviors of how you operate today. This completely resets HR landscape into a different equation. Now, what is that reset really going to look like? If you think about that, just ask one simple question. How many lines of code is required to run a 10,000 employee company? Guess. Okay. In 2010, 50 million lines of code used to operate this. With cloud coming into infrastructure, SaaS became a primary element. 200 million lines of code is required. But what about 2030? It'll be 1 billion lines of code. And the billion lines are the persistent and ephemeral code you don't need to write. The AI will write. The functional code is where human comes into picture. So the billion lines of code. But here is the point. Nobody cares about lines of code. It doesn't matter. We left that arena. Where we are heading is instead of writing code, we are actually turning into a code orchestration software engineers. This is not anymore like factory workers staying in the factories, making sure every bolt is fit. This is more like an air traffic controller really managing the overall infrastructure effectively. But this is not for software developers. This is for every job family will go with the same journey. So what 3-member teams can do today and the next 4 years is what we used to do with 50 or 100 people. Now, the question comes in, so people are not required? No. The speed at which you do things today, let's say you're doing like 500 tasks a day. With AI, you will do 5,000 tasks. But they have a limitation of what they cannot do. That's what will be delegated. That delegation task will be amplified for every human being to a different level. Till now, all we are doing is business process tasks. Our job is not that. Business process will be delegated to agents. What we will do is risk performance optimization tasks. Is the person whom we are hiring is right? Will they stay? What was the reason? What are the data sets we have collected? Which particular reasoning we are really thinking? What's the guardrails not to really make this mistake again? You have to think about this from what we call as different levels of automation. If you're operating in level 0, it's all manual. 1 and 2, this is where you're really using some AI elements. But 3 and 4, you're making decisions primarily by using a lot of infrastructure which we have built in the last couple of years. The automation engines, what we really built with what we call as the GenAI infrastructure and all that stuff. But the level 5 is where the domination is. But in level 5, you need to experiment. There are companies who say like, hey, we want to only stay in level 3 and level 4. We work with them. There are companies who say we want to work in level 5 because we want to explore different equation. The reason why you need to explore is you can rethink the overall HR, every segment differently. Talent acquisition, onboarding, talent management, like employee experience, every segment you can do differently. But all of it you cannot do with a single automation layer. You have to think which particular spot, what level of automation you can really build. Now here is the good news. If people want to stay in 3 and 4, your mindset need not change. But if you want to level 5, your mindset has to dramatically change. If you want 100% perfection, otherwise you're not interested, level 5 is not for you. Why? The reason is AI productivity doesn't come from deterministic accuracy of how we are doing for the last 20 years. It's coming from a user embracing the non-deterministic and the probabilistic thinking, but effectively delegating which particular spots I can use AI, and also getting surprised and get wowed at what it can do and what the guardrails have to build. This is not about access to the tools. You get adoption. This is experimenting with the tools like a kid. And if you're willing to do it, your productivity levels will be different. You will really create the next level of technological ecosystem, but at the same time, the talent transformation which we have never seen in the last 30 years. So what we built for the last 10 years is primarily the integration engine, the experience engine, which is where you can really put all your content in one single spot, and we integrate all your data in the backend. But if you see in the last couple of years what we did, we built these ontologies for skills, users, for talent, for enterprises. Then we really evolved into the next segment, which is about how do we use the models. The machine learning models we're using for a while, but the fine-tuned small language models are super crucial. Whether we use Llama or Quen or what the other infrastructure is, because the latency factors are super important. And then we use frontier models in the areas where we need. And then the reinforcement learning to make sure we learn in an effective format. Then all of this is orchestrated on your workflows. In an automation engine, where you can automate, orchestration engine, how it has to be orchestrated throughout, and the decision engine, when to really call which one. And that's what manifests to the end user as an enterprise search or a foundational AI apps or AI agents or AI safety, so that you don't really touch which is not really right. That in a nutshell is what we do as an intelligent talent experience. But what happens to a recruiter is a recruiter will turn, if you're operating in level 4 or 5, in a probabilistic format. And what happens to your job is you're shifting your tasks from fully control to using AI and leveraging it effectively to scale. The role of HR and a recruiter is going to be a guiding, refining, rather than purely executing. But you are guiding and refining only for uncertain tasks, novel tasks, which a machine cannot understand. And now what HR needs, what a recruiter needs, you need an always-on, autonomous system which is super intelligent and create extreme reasoning. It's always on for you. It creates maximum productivity. It actually creates you a frontier models where it can constantly amplify, but it also accelerate your onboarding. But what these new features give you into your hands, it makes you stay present. It makes you remember everything, even though you don't have a capacity, because you can't. But it makes sense because it's coming with context at right spots. So now what we'll do today is we'll actually really break it down and show you step by step how we do this, what use cases, what outcomes we have seen, and which technologies we used, which models used at what spots. Now let me welcome the team here to really go to the next element of really talking about what's today's agenda. Cliff, Kumar, Ilya, Maggie, and Ethan.
Big group. Cool, yeah, I'll take this. And Mahe, I'm just going to give you the first question, talk about the agenda for today.
So the agenda is you're basically looking at what talent acquisition does, what talent management does, how we use different models, where the models really are useful. Then you also really look at what we did on onboarding with voice agents, what are we doing with AI interviewers, different infrastructure, what we have really played with. And you will also really look at a lot of stuff with respect to what UX we used, but also what models we used.
I'm going to stick with you for a minute because I think this is really important. We have some first-time viewers, I'm sure. We have some repeat viewers. This is our third year. But why do we keep doing this? Why is this important?
So, everybody talks about AI, right? In the industry, there is no one company which don't talk about AI. But very few companies can actually show what they did. The reason is what they did is very important, and what they did, how to present it is very complicated because it's technical. So what we always think about is the problem, what we identified, how we went after the solution, and what the outcome we got, and what the mistake we made throughout. And we constantly correlate and really open it to the market so that we can learn from our mistakes, but we also give you an ample thought about how you can do this differently. And that is a very important essence because at the end of the day, AI, most critical thing is two levels. One is how the user experience works, how the safety works. If those two things, anybody screw up, you're gone. So giving this element of in-depth analysis will give us a feedback of where we are making mistakes so that we can course correct faster than anybody in the market.
Great, thanks, Mahe. So turn to my panel here. So Kumar, my friend, let's talk first, and here's the question on the screen, right? How are we adopting reinforcement learning? Thanks, Mahe.
Thanks, Mahe.
But really, I'd like you to start with what is reinforcement learning, and then we can talk about the adoption of it.
Sure. In a very simplistic way, this is essentially a technique within machine learning, but it's built to accelerate learning of the AI models to a specific context, to a specific customer, and to a specific user, right? So we have, as Mahe was mentioning, we have the traditional machine learning models that we've built over the years. There's the frontier models, the larger LLMs that we use for certain use cases. And we've fine-tuned our own LLMs for a wide variety of use cases, like higher latency, accuracy, and cost, but those are smaller language models. Each of these models require fine-tuning and accelerated learning in a different way. And we've introduced reinforcement learning across various facets through our ecosystem. Just to give you an example, reinforcement learning is deployed in certain environments where the models itself learn from the environment automatically. And then we've evolved into reinforcement learning with human feedback. What that means is humans are guiding some of those decision makings based on their expertise. And then there's the state-of-the-art RLVR, it's called verifiable rewards, that we're going to talk about a little bit later today, where you're defining a lot more guidelines on how models can identify rewards and even further accelerate learning. So those are some of the new techniques that we are using in our platform that we'll be showing later.
Before, so I look at my audience. Does everyone get that? Like, raise your hand if you're like, I kind of got it. Like, because I'm going to raise my hand on that. But before we move off of that, like, I want to talk a little bit about like the reward piece, just briefly, because we're hearing more about that in some of the more public models like OpenAI and Gemini and things like that. That has been a little bit of a challenge in understanding how you reward. So do you just want to talk about like why we're paying closer attention to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one, it's, as Mahe was mentioning, it's very important to define certain guardrails on what the models can learn versus what it shouldn't. And there's also a sense of accelerating some of that learning. So defining some of these rewards where the models itself can understand a decision that they've taken has resulted in something positive very quickly and adopt from that perspective is very important. So let's say you're trying to schedule a meeting on your hiring manager's calendar, but they are out of office. So it was a no-show on an interview. Can that be something as a quick feedback to not schedule the next candidate, right? So those are some simple use cases where some of these advanced techniques can accelerate learning.
So the reward is really like a good quality response that gets used, it gets a better reward than a response that doesn't get used or is seen as being, not as helpful, right?
Precisely.
So really, really important. So I don't think a lot of people understand that that's how these models are being built. There's an actual reward and punishment system.
Yep.
And so we're actually treating AI somewhat like a human being, a little bit maybe, right?
Okay.
Okay, so Let's move on, and I'll go to my friend Ilya over here. Let's talk about governance, and we've been governing since the beginning, so 15 years of this. A bit in prediction of the regulatory environment changing as we thought it would, and it is. And while nobody can predict exactly where it's going to go, talk about how we're governing in this new era.
It is a newer era. There's lots of change, right? There's change outside of Phenom. There's new laws, new regulations. In the United States, in California, for example, recently, in Europe with the EU AI Act, other geographies, other bodies are all creating new standards and new regulations that we need to be aware of. So there's change outside of Phenom. That's one way that governance is changing. There's change inside of Phenom because we're developing new technology, and that technology needs to be placed in a proper, responsible AI context. How we develop and what we build exactly, that's the focus there. There's governance change in the sense that we're doing new science, right? We're doing new science to analyze and validate the AI technologies that we're building. You'll hear about that today also. There's just growth and maturity for Phenom as an organization as we understand these nuances better. As we have more technologies, we need process to make this all feasible. And there's even a new, and this is actually super important, there's a new understanding of the shared responsibility for governance between Phenom and the employers that use the platform, right? Governance is not something that Phenom can possibly ever do only by itself. It's a conversation. It's a conversation because the same technology that we build might be used differently by different companies, or even across different jobs within the same company. And that requires different workflows, different understanding, different governance, different process, different insights. So all of that is coming up today.
And I thought Mahe's analogy earlier about air traffic control, like I think of that as far as governance, like ATC is one element of governance in the aviation industry, and there's knowledge, there's whole people organizations that support governance. So this is what we're talking about. Like, how do you build that entire structure? And we understand that. We're going to talk. You and I are going to talk about that a little bit later.
That's right. That's right. The ATC is like, monitoring quite literally in flight, and then there's the stuff that happens outside of the flight, long before and long after, to understand how to bring about a responsible, governed context.
Yep. Okay, so on to another technical question. What's the unified orchestration engine?
I'll make it simple. It's the ATC, actually, going back to the same example, right? So you have these AI agents and AI technology that you're incorporating into your processes, but traditional automation engines could be rigid. And you've set up certain workflows that have certain error rates, and you need a system that overlooks all of this, understands exceptions, and escalates to humans in a very thoughtful way. And how do you orchestrate all that? So you need something new called the orchestration engine that sits on top of your processes to govern your processes and escalate to humans at the right spot. And we're going to show you what that looks like today.
Cool. It's literal, right? Yeah. It's orchestration, which is what you need. So I think this one is my good friend Maggie, right? How are customers trying and using these new agents we're talking about today?
Yeah, I think there's a couple different ways our customers are doing this. First, since we launched these at Phenom, some of our customers are joining some beta programs. You're going to hear from a couple of them today. These are taking some time to get used to, get to know in their process, how it works. But some of those customers who are like, I want this a little bit quicker. I want this a little bit faster. How do I get my team to actually change a little bit quicker too? We have this concept called a boot camp program, where we actually come to you in your office for 3 days. We'll set up some agents in your process, in your environment, in your production, and actually get the teams to use it and identify it throughout those 3 days. So it's a little bit more of a higher impact in a shorter amount of time. And this is helping our customers just get to that main problem and solve their initiatives a little bit faster.
So I want to pull on that thread just a teeny little bit, because prior to this, we're all sitting out there like talking and exchanging ideas. And we talked about experimenting.
Yeah.
And the problem with the SaaS environment in general is that it's kind of hard to experiment. And what you're talking about kind of falls into that category. It's almost like a try before you buy, right? Come out, kind of look at it. But even extending beyond the boot camp, we are teaching people how to experiment within these environments, because that's what they're built to do. Do you want to talk about experimentation a little bit, why it's so important?
Yeah, I think it's really important because it's a lot of change management for our customers, the people that have been doing these jobs day after day after day, and their same type of process. So orchestrating a whole new process, experimenting what's going to work for them, and letting them become that autonomous driver based on where they want to go in a shorter amount of process sometimes is that punch that they need to get there.
Yep, very good. All right, Eitan, product user experience evolution. Like, this is a really big topic. I'm not sure, we could take the rest of the day to talk about it, but try to condense it into as short of an answer as you can. Like, what is really happening right now with the user experience?
So it's a tough question to answer, but I will try to do my best to give you some sense of what experience is going to look like in the near-term future and maybe a bit beyond that. We are seeing that there is going to be 3 major changes. The first change is that in terms of the experience you're getting, you're going to get much more adaptive experience, meaning that interfaces will essentially dynamically assemble themselves based on the task you're working on. This may sound like science fiction, but in reality, this is actually already happening now, and I can give you an example. I'm allowed to say that we are working on a tool which allows you to compare certain candidates at the final stage. And while we are doing that, while we are comparing, we used to get these, this rigid interface where you see the same candidate cards or the same table with the same fields. But now, with help of course, AI and agents, we're basically dynamically assembling the view on the fly, based on the role, based on what kind of fields or things you might want to see first, and even potentially add a couple of fields or custom attributes just to enhance your experience, maybe, So that is an example of assembling an interface just for a user task, really on the fly. And this is just the beginning, right? We are experimenting with stuff that are much more challenging, and we believe that you will see that. I think that the second change that you're going to see is that you're going to see interfaces that are not only multimodal, being that, hey, you start a task in a graphical user interface, and then you might continue working on your phone, in your car, maybe just a couple of, a couple of nudges. But it's not only going to be multimodal or voice or video. You're going to be able to actually multi-thread work, meaning instead of doing one search, you can actually give an agent the request to, hey, build 3 talent pools for me, present them to me, and it will do that simultaneously for you. So your productivity is going to triple, quadruple, and beyond that. So that's just 2 examples. The third change, and I think it's the most meaningful one, and it connects with what Mahe was talking about, is that you should expect that the nature of work is going to change dramatically. Okay, not tomorrow. It's going to take some time, but it's going to dramatically change to a point where maybe it will be at some point unrecognizable. What you think about recruiting or talent management, your paradigm of how you're thinking about it, it's not going to be that. And I'll tell you what we are thinking it's going to be like. So today, the work revolves around narrow work items, candidates, emails, notes. These are very specific objects. But in the future, we are seeing a shift towards more abstract objects, goals, strategic goals. You will be seeing on your interface strategic goals which you're trying to accomplish. Decisions which you or AI agents have taken and you might need to review in order to validate it or train the agents, in the future. And various insights that could be useful for you to mine or discover new problems to solve. So in short, it's going to be much more abstract, much more strategic, as I described, less work items. It's going to be much more adaptive to you. You'll be able to experience personalized interfaces on the fly just for that particular task. And thirdly, it's going to be multimodal, multi-threaded. And in short, I hope this is a much better experience. But it will happen. It will happen in phases. You will see already stuff in the near-term future, and over time, hopefully more.
Yep, I agree. So just sum it up just real quick. So reinforcement learning and orchestration, governance, experimentation, and boot camps, like learning more about it, and a much more dynamic user experience that's going to be in real time based on exactly what they need at the right time. So that is a lot to cover. I think we're going to cover a lot that today, right? But we're going to start with, I think, Maggie, you're going to hang here. Gentlemen, I will dismiss you from the stage, and I will invite Sunny to come on up and join Maggie. And let's give a hand for these Phenom leaders.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. I don't need this bit. Hi, Sunny. Thanks for joining me today.
All right. Hi, everyone.
All right, we're going to get started first talking a little bit about ontologies and what that means. So today, one of the greatest challenges organizations face is that their knowledge is really trapped in silos today. Information lives in disconnected systems. It results in really AI can't understand context that's needed to deliver a really meaningful value that you're trying to get out of the software of the piece. But worse is when people actually leave or processes change. That critical business knowledge disappears completely, and teams are left rebuilding from scratch, really. So unfortunately, most of these solutions that are available today, they aren't really solving any problems, which means that's generic SaaS platforms, it's off-the-shelf AI platforms that maybe we want to put in place, but they don't actually understand your business problems or business solutions. So they expect you to adopt a rigid workflow based on some of those that exist, instead of really adapting into your own reality. So, and because they don't know your terminology, your relationships, your business rules, they give you answers that are generic at best, but wrong at worst. And that's what we're seeing today, unfortunately, where we break down those silos with shared ontologies. So we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be doing this through providing consistency across the systems in every application. And instead of a one-size-fits-all or one-size-fits-most, we deliver AI that really deeply understands your unique business context, your brand, your process, and the way that you work today. This is a transition from generic to personalized, to from disconnected to unified. And the journey starts today. So Sunny, we're going to start with the Ontology Studio that you can see on your screen today. You want to get us started?
Sure. Thanks, Maggie.
Sure.
Think of Ontology as your company's HR operating system. It's not a system of record, but an intelligent layer connecting every part of your people ecosystem. We can have a look at the tier org chart ontology. It not only shows who is reporting to who, but it connects what type of hiring is happening, who owns it, and where it's taking place. Now, how do we do it? We model all data, structured and unstructured, like Mahe said at the beginning, into object, jobs, candidates, employees, skills, and even business processes. Because data is connected as a graph of relationships, you get a single pane of glass for hiring and retention. Now, let's look at employee object schema. What you see here is that the employee schema now is tied to every employee project. Skills, roles, certifications, reporting lines, location, performance reviews, compensation, all in one view. Now onto the location object data view. Say, Atlanta, Georgia, Atlas One's distribution hub. Here, you can instantly surface the contextual level of the insight, the roles at that site, nearby locations, and related entities. And if we're struggling with our night shift forklift operator roles, we can drill in, understand why, and explore automation and promotion pathways to solve it. That's the power. When the data is modeled as relationships and knowledge graphs, we can answer very complex, once nearly impossible questions instantly.
Thanks. That employee schema is easily my favorite. It's such a good view. So your business, your teams, your priorities, they're always evolving, right? So the real challenge is making sure that the ontology reflects where the business is going, not where it's already been. So it's not just structuring the structured data and capturing just the structured data. But let's show you this in action when it comes to more of the unstructured data, which is a little bit more accurate that our customers are saying. So imagine this unstructured data at your fingertips. You have an ontology that can adapt and learn from it. This is a real customer that we've actually solved this unique problem with earlier this year. It was a global logistics company that needed to upskill warehouse employees to higher level roles that they couldn't necessarily just fill by hiring. So they have to look internally, right? They had a simple PDF, a list of locations. They had training centers nearby. Right, I think you're going to know where I'm going with this. They had a list of training centers that they didn't necessarily have near employees. They uploaded this along with their business objectives, and they uploaded that into Ontology Studio that Sunny just showcased. So here's what happened. In the Ontology Studio, it extracted all of the entities, locations, jobs, skills, career paths, certifications, but then it mapped it to the relationships and proposed updates. So training locations, new roles, departments, recruiters, and training programs. Phenom's experts, of course, reviewed and approved this new version before they deployed it into production. But this was really exciting. So what does this mean for this company and their HR strategy? It meant that hiring for these warehouse employees can now adapt by location. At sites near training centers, they can bring people in without some of those specialized skill sets for those warehouses and develop them really quickly. Whereas at sites that were further away from those training locations, the ontology highlights those employees who need stronger skill sets and who they should hire from the start. So ensuring that there's a right match no matter where the role is actually based. So now that we have the ontology, and that part down, how exactly can AI agents now and systems leverage it through the ontology-aware application?
You got it. Let's have a look at how an AI system can use ontology for reasoning. Okay. Midwest Hub is about a search, 2,000 frontline roles, need to hire fast. Do we need an agency, or can our team handle it? Let's see the analysis. This is how an AI assistant applies ontology. It understands the context of the query, it breaks down the tasks, and identifies the ontologies and traverses the graph. Then it reasons over the data and delivers the answer grounded by your business, your team, and your business.
So what does that mean for those 2,000 roles that we just kind of shared and showcased? It means actually pivoting. It's actually providing me with an analysis of multiple options that I can go forward with. So, but it's not going to restrict me with one option or the other. It's actually giving me examples where there's a reasoning layer, giving me confidence that there is going to be a combination approach of all of this, which means that it's recommending that 85% of the roles can be filled internally. But that's not going to get me to my 100% of my goal. So it's also indicating that I potentially need to go for an agency for the other 15% to meet my goal.
And if you're curious, Maggie, you can dive deeper. So you can review the exact steps, data, and ontologies the assistant used to generate the recommendation. So this is explainable AI, transparent, contextual, and built for trust.
All right, thank you, Sunny. So you saw firsthand how Phenom can put structured and unstructured data to work, making an organization's use of AI deeply personalized and interconnected with ontology-aware applications. Let's dig a little deeper into how this actually works. We're going to hear from Sivafani. He's going to show us the complex architecture that helps the ontology support this entire process.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sivafani Maddi, Director of Engineering for our Enterprise Data Team. Today, I'm excited to share how we have developed ontologies in Phenom, a new approach to truly understand customer data, bringing together information that's often fragmented or inconsistent, so that both our customers and AI agents can make smarter and more contextual decisions. Enterprises today want to hire, grow, and retain talent on a single unified platform. But in reality, their data landscape creates serious roadblocks. This is exactly why ontologies matter. By creating a unified way to represent jobs, skills, people, and process, we connect fragmented, inconsistent data into a living framework. This allows both humans and AI agents to make decisions that actually reflect the customer's world, not just generic patterns. So, how do we solve these challenges? The answer is build an ontology-driven platform. To make this possible, we bring together several technologies. Graph databases to model structured relationships and enable traversals across them. Vector databases for semantic search and similarity matching, so the system understands meaning. hybrid RAG to combine structured and unstructured data in one intelligent layer. Dynamic schema discovery, so the platform adopts as customer workflows evolve. Together, these form the backbone of the ontology, the foundation that turns fragmented, inconsistent data into actionable intelligence. Let's look at the core architecture behind our ontology-driven platform. At a high level, it has three pillars. The ontology system, our central brain of structure and meaning. The data system, the engine that manages actual business records and operations. Hybrid RAG integration, the layer that connects structured and unstructured data. Our first component is the ontology system. Think of it as a central metadata service or the dictionary plus grammar of the enterprise. It defines the entities like jobs, skills, people, locations. The relationships between them like reporting lines, skill to role, mapping, mobility paths, the business rules and workflows that govern how data should behave. And now we have introduced an important new capability, the ability to ingest unstructured data. Things like PDFs of business process, organizational charts, strategic initiative decks, or even call transcripts. Using advanced entity recognition, the ontology system can automatically detect customer-specific entities like unique business units, reporting structures, and internal taxonomies. When a manufacturing customer shares their org chart and process documentation, the ontology system doesn't just store it. It learns the plant operations east is a business unit, understand who reports into it, and connects that knowledge to roles, workflows, and talent pipelines. The second core component is the data system, the operational record keeper. It manages core CRUD operations like create, read, update, delete, and all entities. Validation, so that data always fits into the schema. Relationship expansion, for example, not just showing a candidate's application, but also linking it to hiring manager, job family, and skills. Workflow state management, so we know if a job is open, closed, or paused. The third piece is hybrid RAG integration, where the magic happens between structured and unstructured data. Structured data, all the ontology entities and relationships. Unstructured data like resumes, interview transcripts, PDFs, call summaries, clickstream data, or quarterly reports. Entity linking, unstructured content is tagged with the right ontology IDs, including customer-specific taxonomies. Let's walk through how this actually works in practice. Extending the previous manufacturing example, imagine you are a recruiter that fires a query in Express Sourcing Agent as follows. Find maintenance technicians in a plant operation east with OSHA certification and experience with high voltage equipment. Here is how the platform processes it. Graph traversal. The ontology understands the customer's taxonomy. It knows plant operations east is a business unit and retrieves all the maintenance technicians linked to it, validating OSHA certification status. Vector search. It scans unstructured data sources, interview transcripts, safety records, or CRM notes for mentions of high voltage equipment, lockout, tagout, procedures, or specialized tools. Entity linking. These unstructured signals, example, perform transform repairs during midnight shifts, are linked back to the structured candidate records. Contextual response. The recruiter sees a list of maintenance technicians in a plant operation east surface in the customer's own business language, with the evidence of their high voltage expertise highlighted. Recruiters can search and act in their own business language. The AI respects their taxonomy, not the generic one, which means results feel immediately relevant and actionable. Earlier, I showed how our ontology system can ingest unstructured data like org charts, PDFs, and call transcripts and recognize entities like business units, roles, and workflows. But that's just a first step. The harder challenge is that this context is often contradictory, fragmented, and changing. A call transcript might describe one workflow while a document describes another. If we stop at entity extraction, we risk building a flawed digital twin that leads to broken automations and worse, lost customer trust. That's why we introduced metacognitive prompting to go beyond extraction into reasoning and reconciliation. Our platform's metacognitive prompting layer is designed to handle more than just simple temporal conflicts. It's built to address multidimensional complexities such as when a business process varies by location. We run a three-step self-checking loop. Stage 1, initial assessment and entity extraction. We extract entities and tag every fact with where it came from, when, and what it applies to. Stage 2, self-correction and reconciliation. Not just by recency, but by scope. Is San Francisco different from Austin? Is plant ops different from R&D? If it is, we split the workflow. Stage 3, verified output generation. Third, we publish a verified workflow per segment with an audit log and confidence, so humans can review quickly. Let's apply this advanced reasoning to a concrete example where the process is different for different locations. Here is the unstructured data our system is ingesting. For a call transcript May 22nd, 2025, For our San Francisco office, we just changed our process. The first screen is now a video interview because of high volume of candidates. From a customer document dated Jan 2025, the document's title is Austin's hiring process. It lists the process as initial review to phone screen, then team interview. Here is how our metacognitive prompting layer handles this. Entity extraction. The system's first step is to identify key entities and relationships. It extracts the locations San Francisco, Austin, and interview stages like video interview, phone screen. It also identifies the relationships such as San Francisco has video interview process. Detect conflict. The system initially identifies a conflict between interview stage, phone screen, and video interview. Reasoning. The system's internal monologue begins, I see a conflict, however, the location entity San Francisco is associated with the interview stage video interview. The location entity Austin is associated with the phone screen. The conflict is not due to outdated information, but rather to location-based variation. Decision is, the system correctly concludes that both data points are valid, but for different contexts. It decides to create two separate accurate workflows in the ontology. The final output is not a single corrected workflow. It's a precise and multifaceted representation of customer's reality. The system generates two distinct workflows, each correctly mapped to its specific location, along with an audit log detailing how the location-based reconciliation was performed. This demonstrates the platform's ability to handle complex, real-world business logic with unmatched accuracy. In short, ontologies give us a digital twin of each customer's talent ecosystem, their roles, workflows, and taxonomies. By enriching this with hybrid RAG and resolving conflicts through metacognitive prompting, we ensure AI agents and recruiters make context-aware decisions that truly reflect each customer's world. This is how Phenom adapts to our customers, not the other way around. And it's the foundation for everything you are going to see next.
We've entered the era of applied AI, where agents utilizing automation and intelligence can personalize experiences down to the individual level, elevating every stage of the talent journey. This shift is redefining how organizations engage with talent, creating engagement that is more intuitive, efficient, and human-centric. One particular area we are working meticulously with forward-thinking organizations is reimagining the candidate journey. Because let's face it, while some vintage trends are making a stylish comeback, we see bell-bottom jeans, an outdated career site isn't one of them. A static search and apply experience might have worked in the past, but today's candidates expect more. With expectations evolving faster than ever, organizations stuck in the past simply cannot compete. So instead, what we're building is something that feels a whole lot more like ChatGPT and a lot less like Control F my job title. We're combining the best of conversational AI and intelligent search to help people find the right role, faster, easier, and in a way that actually feels helpful. So let's take a look at the Candidate Concierge agent. As a candidate seeking a new opportunity within compliance, I'm going to start my search for a compliance job, which for many organizations is usually one of those hard to fill roles because the right candidates aren't actively looking for their next move. Now, as soon as I start to type, the assistant's already hard at work. It's using my location and my experience to recommend roles that align to me, not just dumping a keyword match into a search result page. So great, I see some results, some remote, some in New York, but that's not entirely what I'm looking for. So I continue by asking, what about Philadelphia? Maybe something in payment operations instead? Instantly, I get a more tailored suggestion, an analyst role in Philly. I click to learn more, and now it gets even better. The assistant provides rich context, including responsibilities, company perks, employee reviews, and even highlights that might help me to decide if this is an opportunity worth considering. It's like getting the hiring manager's cheat sheet without even having to ask for it. I let the assistant know that I'm interested, and just like that, I'm moving into the application. I upload my resume, and right away, it identifies me as a strong fit. No guessing, no duplicate forms, no hoops. And then, this is where it gets really exciting. I'm offered the chance to speak to a recruiter right away.
Now, the recruiter's busy at the moment, but the assistant schedules the interview from an hour from now. Start to finish, the entire experience happened in one flow. Engaging, personalized, and incredibly efficient. Up next, let's take a look at how the delivery of this game-changing candidate experience is accomplished.
All right, thank you for the amazing demo, Zoe. So now let's take a look at the tech powering the candidate concierge. So okay, all right. So there's 3 layers to this puzzle. At the front, we have the language models, which are a part of our Phenom's X Plus infrastructure. So we have multiple models for multiple purposes. The next layer is our reasoning engine, which is the intelligence behind the agent's coordination. Finally, we have the enterprise context layer, which is what the agent accesses to build its reasoning process and also answer candidate queries. So now, let's say a candidate visits the career site and starts interacting with our agent. So the first challenge is to identify what the candidate's purpose is in visiting the career site. Are they trying to find a job? Or maybe they already found a job and they're trying to collect some more information about the job. So depending on the conversation, our orchestrator is trained to invoke the relevant models to understand the candidate's purpose. So for example, it could invoke a simple encoder-only model, like our fine-tuned BERT model, which shows strong performance in understanding simpler messages. But for more nuanced candidate messages, our orchestrator can also invoke a more powerful decoder-only model that is capable of using reasoning too. So now that the agent understands the purpose of the candidate's visit, it next has to figure out whether it has to collect more information from the candidate or if it needs to fast-track the candidate too. So this entire sequence of steps is orchestrated by our reasoning engine. This reasoning engine is powered by 3 different types of memory. We have the symbolic memory, we have the procedural memory, and the episodic memory. So the overall hiring process is configured as part of a workflow in our automation engine. This could be something like who to schedule the interview with, what's the matching criterion to decide if it's a high-fit candidate, these kind of things. But the low-level guidance for the agent is all coming from something that we call as agent operation policies, or AOPs. So these are completely defined in natural language. So think of these AOPs as something that you would provide a guidebook for a new recruiter on your team. So it could be something like, hey, make sure all candidates who are applying for jobs are over the age of 18. Or maybe make sure that all applicants have at least a degree, graduated from high school. Right? So now that the agent has the first version of an AOP, it starts interacting with candidates and collects feedback. So this feedback is validated and summarized by a human-in-the-loop system. So this summarized feedback is then injected back into the reasoning process iteratively. So this sort of creates a learning policy that allows the candidate to become smarter over time. So candidates usually have a lot of questions during the application process. Right? So we employ retriever-augmented generation techniques for answering these questions. Depending on the data, we collect data from a lot of sources like external websites, FAQs, or any documents that customers provide us, and we construct an enterprise-level context for each customer. So now, depending on the type of query, we adjust the retrieval mechanism. So if it's a fact-based question, like what's the salary for this job, we retrieve it from structured nodes retrieved from a graph database. But if it's a more descriptive kind of question, we retrieve unstructured information from chunks of data stored in a vector database using semantic similarity. Finally, it's very important for the agent to always stay on brand. The agent cannot deviate from your existing hiring policies because that can result in a poor candidate experience. So we tackle this problem by taking an open source large language model and fine-tuning it specifically for candidate experience using something called PEFT, which is a parameter-efficient way of fine-tuning. So we collected an instruction data set that spans the entire candidate experience using use cases like question answering or domain-specific reasoning. So this fine-tuned LLM ensures that the agent's risk of hallucination is reduced and trains the agent to operate within the defined guardrails. So we've already deployed this agent for a couple of our customers. And specifically in our banking and consulting industries, we've seen a very positive impact. We've seen that there's a huge increase of 80% in the amount of candidates engaging with the chatbot. This leads to a 15% increase in the amount of qualified candidates entering the interview process. But the key ROI metric, which is a time to fill these hard-to-fill roles, has come down by over 12%. So next, let's hear from Sriram on the advances we have made in our search infrastructure. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Sriram, and I lead the search team at Phenom. We will discuss about Phenom's job search experience. Job search is a critical aspect of Phenom platform. Over the time, Phenom search has evolved from keywords and text relevance to semantic search, and then to user intent and entity classification, and then to multilingual search. Then we added LTR models to re-rank search results according to automatically inferred user preferences, and vector search to leverage intent and semantics. In last 12 months, we processed 1 billion searches from job seekers looking for the right opportunities. Let's look at some key search platform metrics we track to measure accuracy. Across all enhancements, our core goal remains the same: increase conversion rates and reduce the no result rate. Traditionally, job seekers have relied on keyword-based search, but our recent data shows that about 14% of users begin their search using extended natural language expressions. Traditional search systems, which are tuned for keywords, struggle to handle these long natural language inputs effectively. Consider a query like, I'm looking for an order filler job, but I can't lift more than 50 pounds. A search like this is impossible with traditional keyword-based methods. It requires deeper query understanding, handling complex data while matching against millions of job postings. Agentic search understands intent and context to deliver more personalized results. It proactively reasons through complex queries, adapts rankings using real-time feedback. The outcome is smoother job experience with reduced drop-offs and higher conversion rates. Let's see the Phenom's job search architecture. When a query is entered, it is translated, decomposed, and routed either semantically or logically to the right database, vector, relational, or GraphDB. The documents are indexed using embeddings, semantic splitting, and hierarchical techniques. Retrieved results are passed through ranking and re-ranking techniques to surface the most relevant information. Third-party API calls add contextual enrichment such as geolocation, road distance, and user location. Finally, generation techniques like RAG fusion and self-RAG refine everything into a precise, context-rich answer. Our retrieval layer uses a technique called RAG fusion. We start the query expansion. Instead of relying on just users' raw input, the system generates multiple subqueries. Each one captures a slightly different angle of intent, but we do not miss the important nuances. For each subquery, we fetch relevant documents. This expands the pool of results. Then we apply reciprocal rank fusion to merge the results from all subqueries, pushing the most consistently relevant documents to top. This approach improves the recall, meaning that candidates don't miss the relevant jobs, and it delivers diverse jobs, which is especially important when the query is ambiguous. Once the results are retrieved from a retrieval layer, the ranking layer activates to ensure the candidates see the most relevant and personalized opportunities first. This layer combines dynamic filters, which adapt in real time to preferences, and context-aware re-ranking strategies. The re-ranking process is powered by reward models trained on key engagement metrics such as click-through rate, conversion rate, and apply click position. Let's see how continuous improvement and feedback loop works. We capture signals like click conversions, click position, which are input to build reward scores that guide the ranking. These scores feed into re-ranking, bandit strategies, and fine-tuning, creating an adaptive system that learns directly from the user behavior. This results in continuous improvement in engagement, conversions, and overall user satisfaction.
In high-volume hiring, every single role matters. But the real challenge isn't finding people, it's screening them. Recruiters can only handle so many calls a day. Managers need people yesterday, and candidates are stuck waiting for a call back. That's where the voice agent comes in. It's always on, 24/7, so candidates get that first conversation right away. Every candidate gets the same role-specific screening. But it's not just a checklist. The agent can follow up with probing questions on core qualifications and past experiences. To bring this to life, let's hear from a talent leader who's been using our voice agent in the field. Here's Anne to share her experience.
My name is Anne Strickard. I'm the Vice President of Talent Acquisition for Alara Caring. We hire approximately 17,000 home health aides to serve patients over 50 branches across the country. We have very dynamic hiring needs. Our overall goal does not change from month to month, but where those needs are can sometimes change pretty dramatically, just according to what's going on in the market at that time. So we needed a way to quickly pivot operations to another state and scale up quickly in another state. We felt the AI phone interview agent would allow us to do that. First thing that made us successful with this pilot was the willingness to pilot on a small scale and then iterate until we got it right. And so we chose one of our more complex states, but we only chose one state. And then we were able to really work with the tool until we got the conversion rates where we wanted to, and we were seeing the results that we wanted to. And so the piece of feedback I would give, or the recommendation I would give, is not to be afraid to iterate and make those small adjustments along the way until you get it exactly the way you want it. The largest surprise was that we saw some really great post-hire outcomes with these candidates. We found that the AI interviewed candidates took a first job faster, and they worked on average 3 hours a week more than the agents that were interviewed by a human recruiter. That was really exciting because we realized that the candidates that quickly went through an AI agent interview seemed to be more serious candidates. The other thing that was exciting for us is we saw faster candidate processing. So far we've been able to shave about 1.3 days off of that hire time, and have noticed that those candidates appear to be a more serious candidate post-hire. This is really exciting technology, and hope you are enjoying learning about what Phenom has been able to apply using AI to some of the challenges that we see in talent acquisition.
Thanks, Anne. Now let's take a closer look at the voice agent experience. So let me ask you this. What if your recruiters had a right-hand man? Oops, I'm sorry, I meant a right-hand agent that never sleeps. One that automatically reaches out to candidates, holds personalized conversations, knocks out the folks who don't qualify, and prioritizes best fit before a recruiter even logs in. That's the lift this agent provides. Always on, always consistent, and always moving the process forward. So here's how this agent actually works behind the scenes. On one hand, you've got automation. It takes care of outreach, scheduling, knockouts, and advances candidates without a recruiter touching a thing. On the other hand, you've got intelligence. It knows which questions to ask, when to probe deeper, and how to score responses against the job. Put that together, and you've got what we call the agentic screening process. Basically, automation and intelligence working hand in hand. Recruiters set the rules, the agents run the playbook, and by the time they log in, the right candidates are already moving to the next stage. And those rules, they're fully in your control. You can set knockout questions so must-haves are crystal clear. You can build a 1 to 5 star rubric to measure fit in a consistent way. And you can add branching logic so the conversation adapts in real time based on how someone answers. And the result is a dynamic, job-specific questionnaire, one that reflects the specifics of your roles, your compliance requirement, and even your brand voice. And these conversations aren't rigid scripts. They adapt to the role and the candidate.
Are you available to work the scheduled shift from 5 in the morning to 5 in the evening, Friday through Sunday?
I can work 5 in the morning on Saturdays, 5 in the evening on Saturdays, 5 in the morning to 5 in the evening on Sundays. And I can work 5 in the evening to 5 in the morning on Saturdays, on Fridays, sorry.
So, for example, here you heard a candidate talking about when they can work. Even in instances where the candidate's response is a bit unclear, the agent is able to understand just like a human would and can react effectively. The agent was able to understand, capture the details, and make it feel like a real conversation instead of a form. And that's the benefit of a dynamic questionnaire. It can flex to job-specific attributes while keeping the candidate experience smooth and human. Of course, before a conversation can even happen, the agent has to connect with the candidate, and that part's just as flexible. Candidates can be invited through SMS or email, launched in bulk with automation, or even call back and reschedule on their own, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So instead of recruiters chasing people down, the agent actually meets the candidates where they are and keeps the process moving, all while giving candidates options and control. And once the conversation starts, it doesn't feel like a robot just firing off a checklist. The voice agent is contextual and personal. It uses your organization's tone and language, and it's grounded in the job and in the company details that matter. So, if you're hiring a care aide in Newark versus Phoenix, then the agent will reflect the geo-specific knockout criteria and how it delivers the questions and responds. It's going to make the experience feel consistent and natural and aligned with who you are as an employer, even including regional nuances. And here's where the intelligence really comes through. The voice agent isn't just checking boxes. It can probe deeper in real time.
All right, have you had any experience picking orders in a warehouse setting?
Yes.
Thanks for confirming that. So, Patrick, what methods or techniques have you used for wrapping pallets?
If a candidate says they've worked in a certain role, the agent can follow up to learn more. If there's an important qualification, it can ask clarifying questions and capture all the details. That means you don't just get yes, no answers. You get real insight into that candidate's experience without a recruiter having to be on the line. Now, even in the best conversations, things don't always land perfectly. Candidates might not catch a question the first time, or they might jump in mid-sentence with something else on their mind.
Thanks for sharing that. In this role, you may need to travel overnight within your territory. Are you comfortable?
One question regarding the territory. Will it affect my candidature if I'm managing the smaller territory?
You'll have the opportunity to ask these questions later in the hiring process. So, are you comfortable with overnight travel within your territory?
Yes, I'm comfortable with overnight travel within my territory.
Talk about interrupting. The voice agent can repeat a question clearly without sounding robotic. And if it's interrupted, it doesn't freeze or get confused. It simply pauses, listens, and picks back up right where it left off. And that's what makes it feel reliable and human. The flow of the conversation keeps moving naturally, even when it isn't perfect. The voice agent can automatically apply knockout criteria, instantly disqualifying candidates who don't meet must-haves. No guesswork, no chasing, no wasted recruiter time. So instead of spending hours on early phone screens that go nowhere, recruiters can prioritize candidates who are already qualified to move forward. But of course, recruiters are not cut out of the process. Every conversation is captured with a structured transcript and summary, so nothing gets lost in translation. And the system provides a recommended rating, but it's just that, a recommendation. Recruiters can review, confirm, or override as needed. So the agent isn't replacing judgment, it's removing the repetitive work while keeping recruiters firmly in the driver's seat. And the impact our customers are seeing is huge. 85% of candidates complete the call within the first day. 20% are automatically disqualified through knockout questions. And candidates rate the experience an average of 4.5 out of 5 stars. So what used to take 3 or more days of back and forth is now done in hours. Recruiters screen more candidates in less time, more in general. Hiring managers get qualified people faster, and candidates are able to leave with a positive impression of your brand. And that is the voice agent. It's always on, it's consistent, it's adaptable, and it's going to give recruiters time back, moving candidates faster and improving the experience for everyone. Now, to peel back the curtain a little further and show you the technology that makes this possible, I'll hand it over to Lithin.
Hello everyone, this is Lithin, Director of Engineering for Express. I'll walk you through the AI architecture powering our screening agent, focusing on how our base AI model stack and in-house trained voice models work together to create human-level conversational experiences. Traditional voice AI systems fail in recruitment because they can't handle the messy reality of human conversation. Candidates take calls from noisy environments, interrupt mid-sentence when they remember something important, or pause awkwardly when thinking through complex questions. Generic models break down in these scenarios, creating frustrating experiences that damage your employer brand. Our voice agent operates on a robust architecture: data layer, which leverages Phenom ontology, orchestration layer for business logic and real-time media processing, and edge layer for secure external endpoints. Our base AI model stack is built on 3 foundational AI components: transcriber, LLM, and text-to-speech. The transcriber provides online transcription for live interactions. This isn't just speech-to-text, it's context-aware transcription that understands recruitment terminology and maintains accuracy even in challenging audio conditions. Large language model serves as our central reasoning engine, coordinating actions, interpreting context, and triggering tools for dynamic orchestration. The LLM doesn't just generate responses, it takes intelligent decisions about conversational flow, candidate assessment, and when to escalate to human recruiters. Text-to-speech, TTS, delivers context-aware synthesis that generates natural intonations and rhythms while handling complex entities and conversational flow. This vendor-agnostic pluggable pipeline represents a major competitive advantage. Lightweight adapters enable vendor swapping without touching our core code across every stage, that is LLM, ASR, TTS, and telephony infrastructure. This architecture means we can instantly upgrade to better models, switch providers for performance optimization, or implement custom solutions without building our entire system. When OpenAI releases a new model or Google improves their speech services, we adapt in minutes, not months. Running directly in our cluster for enhanced performance, our platform-exclusive models provide capabilities impossible to achieve with generic APIs. We have trained models for voice activity detection, end-of-turn detection, custom vocabulary integration, enhanced TTS, and speech cleanup filters. Let's dig deep into each of these. Voice activity detection, VAD, it uses advanced signal processing combined with language-aware filtering to distinguish actual human speech from background noise. This isn't simple voice detection. It's an intelligent audio analysis that can differentiate between a candidate asking and a car honking outside their window. This precision is crucial when you are screening candidates who might be calling from less than ideal environments. End-of-turn detection. It represents breakthrough conversational AI technology. This machine learning component analyzes both acoustic cues and linguistic patterns to predict end of the conversation, enabling prompt response without interruption. Unlike simple timers that create awkward pauses, EOT enables our agent to respond immediately when appropriate, but never interrupt when the candidate is just collecting their thoughts. This results in a natural dialogue flow that feels genuinely human. Custom vocabulary integration, which means the system understands recruiting specific key terminology. When a candidate mentions Scrum Master or full stack development, the system doesn't fumble with generic interpretations. It knows exactly what these roles entail. Enhanced text-to-speech quality with context-aware synthesis generates natural intonations and rhythms, making the agent sound genuinely conversational rather than robotic. Speech cleanup filters work in real time to remove noise, disfluencies, repeated words, and filler sounds, ensuring that what gets to the LLM is clean, professional input, and leads to better decision making. With the above proprietary models, we achieve the following breakthrough features, transforming a basic AI into sophisticated conversational AI platform. Backchanneling adds natural affirmations like yeah and got it at precisely the right time to encourage candidates' engagement, creating the feeling of talking to an attentive recruiter. Emotion detection uses real-time audio models to extract emotion inflection and feeding crucial context to the LLM for appropriate responses, essentially for managing nervous candidates or building excitement. Filler injection converts formal LLM output into conversational speech with natural fillers like and like, making the interaction feel relaxed rather than interrogational. Endpointing detects exactly when the candidate finishes speaking using custom fusion audio text models, minimizing latency while maintaining a natural conversational flow. Interruption handling, also known as barging, allows candidates to naturally cut in and interrupt the assistant, with the agent gracefully recovering back the context and continuing seamlessly. Background filtering provides real-time noise filtering and background voice cancellation to maintain conversational quality even when candidates call from challenging environments. Our AI evals and monitoring system combines LLMs, classical ML, and rule-based algorithms for comprehensive performance tracking across 5 crucial dimensions. Voice experience monitors interruption counts, latency metrics, and transcription accuracy to ensure smooth interactions. User engagement tracks escalation requests, sentiment scores, and turn-taking ratios to optimize candidate satisfaction. Human-computer collaboration measures human transfer rates, autonomous resolution rates, and handoff quality to ensure independent operation. Data accuracy validates tool selection, retry logic, and information correctness to maintain decision quality. Business outcomes is measured through key metrics such as call duration, time to key action, and conversion rate, all of which link AI performance directly to customer satisfaction and call efficiency. We maintain excellence through human validation with 2 key targets: a high F1 score, balancing precision and recall, and 100% coverage goal, ensuring we identify every performance regression. Continuous validation against human judgment ensures our AI auditor agrees with human auditing process with different types of voice interactions. Our reinforcement learning with human feedback implementation creates continuous improvement loops across 3 dimensions. Recruiter feedback integration captures explicit candidate performance ratings and implicit behavior patterns like which candidates recruiter advance, which assessments they base these decisions on, so on, as to train our reward model that guides the system optimization. Outcome-based learning correlates screening decisions with actual hiring outcomes, creating a feedback loop that improves assessment accuracy over time. Candidate experience optimization uses engagement metrics, completion rates, and post-screen surveys to reinforce conversation strategies that create a positive candidate experience. Our architecture handles massive scale through 3 key capabilities: WebRTC, GPU-backed auto-scaling, and fallback systems. WebRTC provides reliable, low-latency, real-time audio streaming in the voice agent stack, ensuring seamless and resilient two-way communication between users and AI. GPU-backed auto-scaling nodes with headroom provisioning handles 1,000+ concurrent calls while maintaining sub-second response times even during traffic surges. Fallback systems with per-call circuit breakers automatically switch to secondary ASR, LLM, or TTS providers when issues arise, ensuring uninterruptible service. This complete architecture delivers 3 unbeatable advantages: Technical superiority through proprietary models running in our cluster pushes latency down and voice quality up. Operational flexibility via vendor agnostic interoperability, and 3, enterprise reliability through comprehensive monitoring and failover systems. Without these proprietary models running directly in our cluster, you are left with generic solutions that break down when the real-world complexity hits. We have built a complete conversational AI platform optimized specifically for recruitment, delivering human-level interactions at enterprise scale.
Over the next few minutes, I'll share a quick primer on persona agents. A persona agent is your digital embodiment, emulating your work just the way you do it. So it knows your goals, your policies, and your tools, and then runs entire tasks for you end to end. The payoff? More capacity, deeper decision-making, and fewer operational gaps. And that payoff is already being felt in multiple industries. Take healthcare, for example. With open evidence, physicians get evidence-backed guidance at the point of care, accelerating treatment and improving quality. Or with legal. With Harvey AI, teams are staffed with a junior attorney that can accelerate reviews, drafting, and redlining, so attorneys spend time on judgment and not document hunting. Or with Artisans Ava, this gives teams outbound sales experts who can source, qualify, and optimize campaigns 24/7. So 3 distinct personas, one through line of unprecedented autonomy. At Phenom, we apply that same principle of autonomy with human in the loop in HR. We are building agents that deeply understand each stakeholder, recruiters, managers, HRBPs, or employees, each with the right context, permissions, and tools. What that feels like is, for recruiters, an agent that sources, screens, coordinates interviews, and captures structured feedback, escalating only the edge cases. For a manager, agents who guide interviews, spot evaluation signals, and keep decisions on track. Or for an HRBP, an agent that understands market data and recommends headcount, mobility, and workforce planning actions. Let's double-click on how we've supported the evolution of recruiters' daily tasks over the years. Without Phenom, recruiters were inundated with endless coordination and manual reviews. So we first automated scheduling, parsing, matching, rediscovery, to name a few, and take a real bite out of that tool. Now with persona agents, we're essentially delivering context-aware digital coworkers who can reliably execute entire tasks like intake, sourcing, engagement, while still keeping the recruiter in control. The net result is that recruiters can finally focus on the tasks that matter to them. They can localize hiring, they can cultivate culture and candidate experiences, and up-level decisions with more insights. So we give recruiters more reach, better choices, and faster hires. We are rapidly advancing that future for each of those stakeholders, starting with 8 persona agents. To now show you how this lands in our product, I'll hand it over to Maggie to walk you through the intake agent.
All right, thanks, Guru. Okay, we're gonna first talk intake agent, that persona that we were just talking about. One of my favorite things you just said too was around the digital coworker. So we're gonna talk about this when it comes to a persona. So when we think about intake, a new job is just assigned to a recruiter. The first thing a recruiter typically does is reach out to a hiring manager, right? They wanna understand exactly what type of candidate that hiring manager wants. Luckily for you all, there is that personal intake agent or digital coworker that Guru just mentioned that can take care of the entire process. So let's take a look. Now, we're in the CRM. We're going to determine the next best steps for the intake. Now, if this is a really niche role and we want to collaborate in real time with the hiring manager, we still can do that. And this can be done via auto scheduling powered by hiring intelligence. So I'm going to ask if you progress for me a little bit throughout the demo here. It's starting. Well, while we wait for this to continue, and the intake's coming out, it's going to be a guided conversation that can happen. We're going to see if we can progress these here in just a moment. While we wait for the setup of the intake. It's starting, I promise. pause here for just a moment while we get the demo going. So,
Hi, I'm Deepak. I work as an AI engineer. The technology you just saw is in production use today. But how do we make it work? Let me deconstruct the core architecture that powers the intake agent. Our architecture has 4 key elements: dynamic question generation, dialogue management, orchestration agent, and a post-processing automation. Dynamic question generation develops comprehensive question checklist for hiring managers, leveraging historical insights, salary benchmarks, and essential skill requirements. Dialogue management ensures a grounded conversation by invoking real-time API calls and querying the ontology engine to align with internal company structures. Orchestration agent coordinates specialized sub-agents for distinct tasks like market data analysis and enterprise search. Post-processing automation transforms the conversational inputs into outputs like job description, interview guides, and hiring strategies. The main agentic loop is a 4-phase cycle: perception, where the agent applies semantic parsing and ontology-linked entity extraction to structure user input; reasoning, where the LLM acts as a planner, using frameworks like chain of thought to determine the optimal action sequence; action, where the agent executes the plan by invoking the structured tool calls; and feedback, where the outcome is used for memory augmentation, updating the agent state to inform the next cycle. This perceive, reason, act feedback cycle is what makes the system truly dynamic. The action phase is executed via multi-agent orchestration strategy. The agent's plan is translated into operations. We delegate subtasks to a team of specialized agents, each with its own tools. The ontology agent uses our universal knowledge graph to map and standardize skills and competencies. For example, skill names like bedside manner are grounded to canonical meanings. The enterprise search agent retrieves similar roles and historical hiring data from internal unstructured sources. Finally, the sourcing agent manages the final workflow stage, handling the structured candidate criteria and executing the handoff to downstream systems like ATS. But the intake conversation is only the beginning. The goal is to transform that unstructured input to correct, complete, and compliant hiring documents. The job description is one output. Our agent uses a 3-stage pipeline. It begins with intake and data structuring, where an ontology reasoning agent uses RAG to map conversational terms to their canonical roles and skills, extracting structured data from fuzzy language. Next is content orchestration, where a planning engine decomposes the JD generation into subtasks for requirements, responsibilities, a disclaimer, and so forth. The final stage is JD synthesis and review, where a template manager and chain of thought prompting guide the content generation to ensure a coherent and well-structured output. In a similar way, the agent produces the matching criteria to configure the fit score system. This includes an ontology mapped role label resolved from conversational input, a structured list of relevant skills, each tagged with importance weight, and other criteria such as certifications and educational requirements provided as normalized data properties. Search criteria for the sourcing agent is another output from the intake agent. This includes cleaned and tokenized role titles and skills optimized from Boolean and vector-based search engines. Normalized fields such as geo coordinates, years of experience ranges, education codes, and industry tags, related role titles, and adjacent skill clusters to systematically broaden candidate recall during sourcing. You will see more about the sourcing agent in the next presentation. So how do we know this complex architecture delivers real value? We measure its performance with a specific set of metrics that go beyond traditional businesses or key performance indicators and evaluate the core of agent's intelligence. First, the manual edit rate tells us how often outputs like job descriptions or interview guides require human correction. On our golden dataset, this comes out to 10 to 15%, which means about 80 to 85% of documents are accurate on the first pass. Next, tool selection accuracy evaluates whether the orchestrator picks the right sub-agent or tool for a given task. This ensures that queries about skills, company, policies, or other topics are routed correctly, maintaining high accuracy across the board. Another tangible measure of the agent's value is time saved for the recruiters and hiring manager. On average, 2 to 3 hours per role by automating intake, requirement capture, and initial document generation.
All right, we are back. We are back and live. We've got our demo back up and running, and I hope you noticed, or didn't for that matter, that we are going to start back into the intake agent to talk about this awesome persona agent that we have at our fingertips here. So we are back.
Hi,
and we're going to
I'm
start
Deepak.
right in the CRM here. So in the CRM, as a recruiter, a couple things can happen when I want to get this intake agent back up and running. I choose the best next steps that work for me, and we're going to talk about this. If this is a niche role that you have here, you actually want to collaborate in real time with the hiring manager. You can still do that. You are not forced to do the intake here, okay? So you can see that schedule one-on-one meeting. You can actually have that conversation. It can be auto-scheduled and powered behind hiring intelligence. Now, if this is a role that has been done before, this can be done with a guided conversation. This is a hiring manager who you got that relationship with. Maybe these are evergreen roles. We're going to use that intake agent. So you're going to see me actually now click on the intake agent and keep going here. So a couple things can get started here. These are customers that are using this right now are actually saving just hours and if not days of that back and forth within that intake time. So to get started within the intake, I'm going to go ahead and select my hiring manager, Hannah, that you can see here, and confirm that all my questions that I want to do in this intake are set up appropriately. And we can ask the hiring manager, the agent can ask all the questions here. Now, as the recruiter, I can actually edit and add additional points of clarity for the agent to ask that hiring manager. However, the agent can even follow really specific conditions. And this is, I know, our team's favorite part is they can follow things like salary ranges or salary limits for that matter. So after this, the agent does the rest, right? So let's see this actually play out as the agent is going to reach out to the hiring manager, Hannah. Now, from Hannah's lens, she can complete this intake on what channel works best for her. So whether that's in Phenom Hiring Manager or on Microsoft Teams, in which you're seeing play out in front of you. The agent begins the conversation with Hannah, not only asking the standardized questions that you saw me verify throughout that, but actually understanding the intent behind what Hannah is and how she's providing clarifying questions to do some follow-up. So if you look close enough here in the demo, you're actually going to be able to see that the agent can set specific expectations for Hannah. So things like time to hire. And this is all based on previous data. So again, we're setting up those expectations appropriately. But because the agent's a little bit of an overachiever here, it can start actually fueling candidates from the company's own talent pool to actually meet those qualifications that have been laid out. So in this case, the hiring manager, Hannah, can even set these candidates to be an ideal candidate profile. And this is going to help impact things later down the line like fit score. Now, we're going to change back into the CRM view here. So in the recruiter's view, they can actually view how this intake was done in this persona agent. They can see the whole documentation is fully laid back and out to me. The recruiter can see the enhanced job description that came based on the questions that the hiring manager and how they answered. They can see the matching criteria, ideal candidates, the whole transcript that you can see here, right before your eyes in the CRM. Now, what we are going to go to next is going to be the sourcing candidate agent. So we can see on the bottom right-hand side, it says start sourcing. We're going to bring up Jasmine, and we're going to go through our second persona agent when it comes to sourcing.
You ready, Jasmine? All right. Awesome job.
Thanks.
All right, that's showbiz, baby, right? We're back. So this demo begins with sourcing. With X Plus Source, a recruiter can run a search and instantly leverage the segmentation engine to generate highly relevant candidate segments. In this case, I'll select the traveling nurse segment. From there, X Plus builds out a candidate list and automatically organizes it into groups, each designed to maximize conversion rates. That way, you're not just getting a big list of names, but intelligently structured groups that are easier to engage. Next, X Plus lays out a tailored outreach plan. All I need to do is review and approve it, and within seconds, a personalized sequence is generated and ready to launch. This ensures that every candidate gets the right message at the right time without the manual lift. Now, let's shift gears and look at the talent marketer's perspective. In this scenario, the marketer wants to build a campaign targeting ICU nurses. X Plus automatically identifies the most relevant segments for that audience. From there, it generates a personalized visual email campaign so that each segment receives a tailored newsletter designed to maximize engagement. This way, recruiters and marketers are working in tandem. Recruiters are driving immediate conversations with candidates, while marketers are nurturing those same audiences with hyper-personalized campaigns. So we've now seen the recruiter and talent marketer experiences. To wrap up, let's look under the hood at what makes this possible: the segment library. This is the structured library that powers both sourcing and campaigns. Every segment you've seen, traveling nurses, ICU nurses, and more, lives here. And each one isn't just a label. Every segment comes with rich detail: insights, attraction strategies, sourcing guidance, related jobs, related segments, and even interviewing feedback. It's the depth that makes the system so powerful. Not only helping you engage talent, but also giving your teams the context and best practices they need to maximize success. So now let's see a deep dive into the sourcing agent.
Hi, I'm Deepak. Today I'll walk you through the inner workings of the sourcing agent. Our sourcing agent goes beyond what traditional search can do. It starts by truly understanding recruiter intent, not just matching keywords, but capturing the role, the company, and the broader context. It then learns and adapts, improving continuously from past hires and recruiter preferences. It can discover talent at scale, surfacing hidden candidates across multiple sources. It also engages intelligently, sending the right message at the right time in the right tone. And importantly, it respects candidates. It stops follow-ups once they apply and adapts message for passive versus active talent. Finally, it provides real-time insights into who's interested, what's working, and where recruiters should focus their effort. What makes the sourcing agent different from a search tool is that it thinks in terms of memory, just like a human. It has a semantic memory, which means long-term structured knowledge like ontologies, skills, taxonomies. It has an episodic memory, which are like learning from the past, recruiter searches, candidate introductions, past hires, etc. It has procedural memory, which means the rules and workflows it follows to expand queries, merge entities, and run outreach sequences. It has a working memory, which are the short-term context of the current recruiter conversation, the company, as well as the role. Together, these memories allow the sourcing agent to reason, not just returning results, but adapting its strategy based on the context, history, and the recruiter intent. Now let's look into the architecture of the sourcing agent. It starts with understanding the intent of the recruiter. Once the recruiter submits a query, the intent orchestrator agent directs the process, utilizing various specialized sub-agents. One key component is the entity extractor agent, which identifies more than 100 critical entities such as skills, roles, locations, etc. from the recruiter's input.
Apart from this, we have a query expansion agent, which takes the extracted entities and search for synonyms, related terms, and alternative phrases so that we don't miss relevant candidates just because of variation in terms. Then we have the job matching agent, which identifies relevant job postings based on the query and extracts requirements and preferences from the job. Even after that, if the agent detects there is an ambiguity, then it will kick in the clarification agent, which will ask more targeted follow-ups to refine the query. The point where we see true intelligence is in the deep research step. The process starts with the research planner, which decomposes the recruiter's query into a structured research plan. Then the research orchestrator agent takes over. It dispatches tasks to different tools, like it pulls structured skills and role mappings from Phenom Ontologies. It executes live queries through the web search tool. It taps into the past hiring stats to learn from previous successful hires. The researcher agent acts as the analyst. It reads across all these inputs, synthesizes them, and collates insights into actionable sourcing signals. Before anything is finalized, we have a query validation checkpoint. If the insights don't meet our thresholds, the system loops back and improves the research. The final output that we get from it is not just a list of filters, but a validated sourcing criteria report that guides candidate evaluation downstream. This ensures that when the sourcing agent searches candidates, it's operating with deep role-specific knowledge rather than just raw keywords. Once we have the sourcing criteria document, we move on to the filter builder agent. This agent takes the whole document generated by the agent and extracts searchable filters out of it. It also divides these filters into must-haves and should-haves. Then we use these filters to retrieve candidates both from CRM as well as from cloud sources. Once the candidates are retrieved, the matching agent applies an evaluation and ranking pipeline on it. It starts by gathering all the inputs like candidate profiles, recruiter query, job description details, matching criteria, and even the insights from our deep research phase. Then it does contextual understanding on it. It looks into the role requirements, recruiter's intent, and even the market signals. Instead of doing one-way matching, it does a bi-directional check. Is the candidate right fit for the role? Is the role right fit for the candidate? This ensures we don't surface people who are either underqualified or overqualified for the role. Finally, each candidate gets a matching score on a scale of 0 to 1, as well as a professional summary explaining why they are or they are not a fit for the given role. This gives recruiter a transparent shortlist that they can trust and act on immediately. Right after generating candidate shortlist, it creates a ready-to-use outreach plan. Recruiters don't have to start from scratch. But if they want, they can easily reshape the plan with a single prompt, giving them full control without extra effort. Once the outreach starts, it's not static, it's adaptive. If a candidate applies, the system knows it has to stop immediately. If they open the email, they get a gentle nudge. If they ignore the email, the tone or timing of the email will shift. All of this is transparent. Recruiters see every action and every campaign in a real-time dashboard. This way, engagement is personalized, flexible, and respectful at scale. Today, the sourcing agent is effective at handling intent, ranking, and outreach. But to push the performance of the agent further and adapt more personally to the recruiter and candidate behavior, we can use reinforcement learning. With reinforcement learning, we model sourcing as a Markov decision process, where the state is everything we know: job context, recruiter intent, candidate features, and history. The actions are the choices the agent makes, like expanding entities, ranking candidates, or generating the outreach. The reward comes directly from the recruiter and candidate feedback, like shortlist edits, replies, or eventual hires. The goal is to learn a policy that maximizes cumulative reward, which means the agent isn't just chasing immediate clicks or responses. It's continuously improving towards long-term hiring outcomes. So the technique we are using for this is GRPO, which is Generative Reinforcement Policy Optimization. This is a RL technique designed for LLM acting as policies. It uses reward-weighted log probabilities, which makes it well suited for sparse multi-step environments like sourcing. It combines the strengths we need. It supports multi-step outcome-driven optimization, works with offline recruiter and candidate logs, and learns from sparse feedback. So how do we actually apply GRPO inside the sourcing pipeline? Let's look into that. In our setup, the LLM itself is the policy. It generates actions across the entire sourcing pipeline from entity extraction to outreach. The agent runs through the workflow, producing a full trajectory of actions. A multi-objective reward system then evaluates outcomes from both recruiters and candidates, things like edits, shortlist acceptance, hires, reply rates, and even time to fill. We combine these into weighted reward functions so the model balances short-term engagement with long-term hiring quality. Over time, this loop produces an optimized policy that improves sourcing end-to-end while keeping decisions transparent. So in conclusion, the sourcing agent redefines how recruiting gets done. For recruiters, it means saving 60 to 70% of their time and focusing on high-value conversations rather than doing manual search. For organizations, it delivers faster time to hire, reduced cost, and ability to scale without scaling headcount. And for candidates, it creates a respectful experience by doing personalized outreach, providing relevant opportunities, and not getting any spams. In short, it's a win for recruiters, employers, and candidates alike. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lata from the Talent Data Platform team here at Phenom. Over the years, we have seen a lot of jobs, a lot of candidates, and a lot of talent acquisition. Reaching candidates effectively can be a struggle. We have some good insights and we would like to help. You have just seen about our sourcing agent with its outreach capabilities. We can make this outreach even more powerful with segmentation and personalization. The insights we are leveraging are straightforward. The value is in applying them to your data intelligently and at scale. First observation, there are patterns in filling jobs. Frontline hiring is different from a professional, which is different from an executive. The same requisition can have a shortage of applicants in a rural area and surplus in an urban location. There are many more patterns like this. Knowing the patterns relevant to a particular role can drive your TA decisions. Second, there are patterns in candidates responding to outreach. The same role could draw on multiple talent pools, say candidates with 5 years of experience or candidates with a particular degree. These candidates might respond to different forms of outreach. Third, patterns in campaign content, format, cadence, and timing can also influence the success of the outreach. The bad news is that there are a lot of variables to consider. The good news is that AI and integration can overcome these challenges and drive business value. This is AI Day, so let's focus on the AI elements of our solution. Consider the 3 core datasets: jobs, candidates, and campaigns. The AI architecture is this. We standardize each dataset, transform it, and enrich it. Then we look for what factors influence the outcomes for each dataset in the past. This gives us the insights to surface the important factors to our users so they can combine our recommendation with their own experiences. First, there are existing validated Phenom tools that we can leverage. For the jobs dataset, we use our LLM job parser to enrich each job and give us job embeddings for similarity and clustering. We use our universal knowledge graph to standardize and ground metadata for jobs and candidates. The historical campaigns sent on Phenom's platform and their campaign templates provide a key dataset. Second, we train effective models for each dataset. For job, this is a transformer model for probabilistic clustering. The attention mechanisms automatically figure out what features are important, and multimodal transformers understand both text and numbers to boost accuracy. For candidate segmentation, we use variational autoencoders with Gaussian mixture models to discover segments and to handle real-world data, which we then convert into meaningful business-ready groups. Having discovered these key segments, we surface them by triggering the sourcing agent that you saw a few minutes ago. Remember, the sourcing agent takes a query like financial analyst in Houston, standardizes it, retrieves candidate, and helps the recruiter iterate on the query with flexible filters until the recruiter wants to initiate outreach. That's the standard workflow. An alternative workflow can make use of job and candidate segmentation. First, we discover the segments relevant to a job. Then, we pass each segment to the sourcing agent. The sourcing agent then identifies potential candidates and facilitates outreach in a segment-specific way. Naturally, we capture the outreach outcomes to identify which segments made a difference and which didn't. The entire process is data-driven, transparent, and subject to recruiter control. In practice, recruiters receive industry-aligned recommendations such as job segments, cohorts, and outreach templates that are both reliable and personalized, whether it's scaling for frontline hiring or targeting shortage roles with precision. This approach ensures better candidate mapping, stronger personalization, and ultimately more effective hiring outcomes.
All right, so we've just learned a lot, and we also saw how the sourcing agent makes quick work of skilled roles like registered nurses or other in-demand professionals. But sometimes you're not just hiring for skilled roles. You're searching for talent that's rare, deeply specialized, and essential. That's where the executive search agent comes in. We already saw this intake agent in action. It's already laid the foundation, expectations are aligned, the job description is clear, and now the search begins. Here, recommended sourcing criteria is automatically served up so that the agent starts with intelligence built in. No more reinventing the wheel. And because the intake conversation is captured in full, nothing is lost in translation. That means sourcing isn't just keyword matching. It's more than that. Recruiters are not going to waste time chasing the wrong profiles. All right, so instead of running blind searches, recruiters are guiding the agent in real time, shaping priorities, focusing the search, and refining the candidate pool as it unfolds. That means recruiters can zero in on the right talent faster without spending hours manually narrowing that search down with hundreds of tabs open. Within hours, not days, a curated list of high-fit candidates is ready, aligned to the sourcing criteria that was already captured. That means recruiters can move forward with confidence, knowing that every profile already meets the role's requirements. Recruiters can choose to enrich candidate profiles by adding details that were not included in the original list, like phone numbers or email addresses, education, skills, or even languages. Here, enrichment adds phone numbers directly into the profile. Clicking into a candidate surfaces a full AI-powered summary, career highlights, rationale for fit, and important things to keep in mind. From there, it's easy to narrow down a short list and plan personalized outreach. Every interaction is tracked, so past candidates can easily be revisited anytime without starting over, and that's going to build momentum. The executive search agent takes care of the heavy lift, the research, the synthesis, the prioritization. It's all handled. Recruiters get to stay focused on what moves the needle, meaningful, high-touch conversations that build trust with hard-to-find talent. And while we're showing it here for a gastroenterologist, the use cases extend across industries, from specialized physicians to senior executives to niche engineers. It's fast, it's deep, and it's always aligned with how you work. So let's take a deep dive now into the technology behind this experience.
Hey, I'm Swami. You must saw the demo of the sourcing agent and the executive search agent. They both support sourcing, but they target different kinds of roles. So the underlying tech is also different. Let's have a closer look. Executive hiring is not just another recruitment task. It is a confidential and high-stakes process. The right leaders are rare, often hidden from view, and finding someone who truly fits a role's strategic, cultural, and leadership needs is extremely challenging. To recap from the product demo, there are 4 key pain points that make executive hiring uniquely difficult. First, confidential search. These roles are highly sensitive. The process must be discreet to avoid sending signals into the market. Second, scarce visibility. Top executives rarely apply for roles or advertise themselves openly, and it's making them hard to find. Third, nuance-driven fit. Success depends on far more than keywords or resumes. It comes down to vision, leadership style, and cultural alignment. And finally, strategic risk. A single wrong hire at this level can cost millions and disrupt the organization's future direction. The fundamental difference between solving sourcing for an exec versus non-exec roles technically comes down to this. For a non-exec role, sourcing is fundamentally a matching problem based on a set of straightforward and objective criteria. You are matching keywords on a resume, years of experience, and certifications. The data is usually structured, clean, and in a database. It's about finding a clear linear fit. With executive sourcing, this is essentially a reasoning problem. You cannot solve this just with matching. Here, the focus is on subjective nuance. A candidate's full career narrative, their leadership style, and their impact. The data is messy and unstructured, hidden in articles and conversations. You have to be able to interpret and extrapolate nonlinear patterns. This leads to a problem we call context collapse. For example, a VP of engineering at a small 10% startup is not the same as a VP of engineering at Google. The title is the same, but the context is vastly different. Traditional AI would treat them as an equivalent, which is a critical mistake. Solving this requires an AI that can reason, understand the context, and go beyond simple data matching. To address these challenges, we have built a robust multi-agent executive search system. Instead of one tool trying to do everything, we have specialized sub-agents, each focused on one critical part of the executive search process. Together, they collaborate to make the process faster, more accurate, and more stable. This system comprises multiple steps such as establishing context, building the complete role context based on role brief, intake discussions, or hiring stakeholders' feedback. Search criteria capturing. This particular step focuses on preparing various search strategies. Lead enrichment. Agents fetch and validate information from multiple external sources, ensuring candidate data is accurate and complete. Profile deep research analysis. Here the system runs Q&A, summarizes the leadership narratives, and even drafts assessment documents to understand the candidate's real impact and style. Outreach automation. Once the right profiles are identified, the system crafts personalized outreach messages and tracks engagement outcomes, saving recruiters time while keeping the process human-like. Let's dig deeper now with a review of the underlying architecture. The process begins with executive role definition and calibration. Here, the system interacts with the hiring stakeholders, be it a board member, a CEO, or a CHRO, to get a clear understanding of the role. An intake agent is responsible for building a leadership profile requirement summary. This is an iterative process. If the profile is not calibrated correctly, the system prompts the user to refine the requirements. Once the profile requirements are calibrated, the query intent agent starts extracting rich contextual information. This involves following steps such as input processing. It does cleaning and LLM-based parsing of the hiring stakeholders' input. Entity and attribute extraction. It extracts the role type, location, domain and industry context and other attributes. Context enrichment. This maps role to leadership competency framework. Intent normalization. It standardizes the intent with the predefined schema. Once it has all the relevant context and information, then a strategic research agent takes over. This agent is responsible for creating a strategic map of the market, identifying target companies and competitors, and getting all the information from their investor decks, annual reports, and uses a React framework to get complete understanding of the companies, Next, this information is used to generate a series of high-level queries to find potential candidates. Once we have the queries, the candidate sourcing agent identifies potential candidates. This particular agent uses tools to search the web, internal databases searching for finding a list of potential profiles. Next is the candidate quality assessment agent. It takes the candidates identified and runs them through a sophisticated set of checks to ensure their qualifications, and it can even judge the suitability of a candidate based on an LLM model, ensuring we are only moving forward with the most promising leads. And finally, ranking agent does LLM re-ranking based on candidate's fit score, which is computed based on all the matching criteria. Once the candidates are ranked and validated, the outreach agent crafts personalized and professional communications to the hiring stakeholder. In essence, what you are seeing here is a system where each agent acts as a specialized expert, one for strategy, one for research, one for quality, and one for outreach, all working in a concert to create a fast, accurate, and highly scalable executive search process. Now that you understand the architecture, let's walk through a real-world example to show you how our system works from end to end. It all starts with a simple natural language request from a hiring stakeholder, like find me a head of engineering with generative AI experience based in Boston. Our first agent, the query intent agent, takes this unstructured text and converts it into a structured query. Next, the strategic research agent uses the structured query to find a list of relevant target companies through a real-time web search APIs. Once we have the target companies, the candidate sourcing agent identifies potential candidates. It looks for specific roles like head of engineering at those companies, giving us a list of potential profiles. This is where the power of multi-agent system really shines. Using a quality assessment agent, it identifies the right candidates based on the quality score which computed on sophisticated set of checks. Ranking agent provides ranked candidates with clear reasons for fit based on the score computed on impact within a company, tenure, and leadership style. Deep research agent takes potentially ranked candidates and enriches the profile with the detailed information from multiple sources like professional and public datasets, company and industry sources, and media and publications into concise profiles, reducing manual research time. This agent also creates a synthesized profiles by merging structured achievements with intangible traits from behavioral assessments into polished narratives. Finally, the hiring stakeholders receives personalized outreach messages from the system regarding each candidate. The stakeholder can then review and decide on whom to send outreach. Coming to metrics, first there is a 90% reduction in lead identification time, which previously took days of manual research, now takes just minutes with having a human in the loop to validate. Since we have seen 80% cut in deep research at the candidate level time, by surfacing the right insights upfront, our recruiters spend far less time digging for background information. Second, we have seen an 80% cut in deep research at the candidate level time. By surfacing the right insights upfront, our recruiters spend far less time digging for background information. And this translates into a 65% reduction in time to hire, faster lead generation, and smarter candidate research flow directly into quicker decisions and dramatically shorter hiring cycles. And also, percentage of leads contact doubled, increased by usage of exec. Altogether, this is a glimpse into how we have been able to introduce an effective system into the abstract process that is executive hiring. Thank you.
So, now that we've covered the agents that can aid you at the beginning of the recruiting process, let's talk about something that plagues all of us, interviewing. Most of you know that Phenom provides interview scheduling functionality, but what's even more exciting is the expansion of our hiring intelligence tools to include interview intelligence and even using agents for candidate fraud detection. But first, we're going to hear from our customer IAG about some of the success that they're having with the interview intelligence, and then, don't you worry, I'll be back to give you a taste of our fraud detection agents.
Hi, I'm Janella Tuck, Strategic Projects and Enablement Manager within Talent Acquisition at IAG. IAG is the largest general insurance group in Australia and New Zealand. I'm delighted to be here today to share our journey implementing Phenom's interview intelligence, how we moved from fragmented processes to a unified AI-powered approach to interviewing. To provide some further context, IAG implemented Phenom's Candidate Relationship Management module, Candidate Management System, which powers our external career site, Hiring Leader module, Interview Scheduling, and Interview Intelligence as part of a broader transformation of our hiring ecosystem. The implementation occurred over a period of approximately 7 to 8 months. However, today I'm here to talk about our Phenom interview intelligence journey. So before Phenom, our interview process was fragmented and very manual. Hiring teams built their own guides using a clunky self-serve builder, often paper-based, hard to edit once created, and inconsistently used across teams and divisions. This inconsistency made it difficult to ensure fairness, compare candidates objectively, or align on interviews with our organisational values and standards. We also lacked visibility and governance across Australia and New Zealand, which impacted the overall experience of both candidates and hiring leaders. We knew we needed a smarter, scalable solution, and that's where Phenom Interview Intelligence came in. It introduced a layer of intelligence we simply didn't have before, with features like automated scheduling, easy-to-build interview guides, now owned by Talent Acquisition, and created in collaboration with the hiring leaders. Standardised evaluation scorecards, real-time transcription, and bias detection. We've completely transformed how we assess talent and uplifted the experience for all personas, being candidates, hiring leaders, and our talent acquisition consultants. What's truly powerful is how we've embedded our capability frameworks directly into the AI, ensuring every interview aligns with our organisational standards. The impact was immediate and noticeable. We've seen high adoption across our talent acquisition consultants and hiring teams. We've already saving hundreds of hours in manual admin, and more importantly, we've created a consistent, fair, and scalable interview experience that supports better hiring decisions. One of our biggest wins has been standardising interviews while still allowing for hiring team flexibility. Every candidate, whether in Sydney, Australia, or Christchurch, New Zealand, now receives a consistent and equitable experience. Our AI governance framework, developed in partnership with our internal subject matter experts, shaped our fairness standards. We've scaled this across Australia and New Zealand, and it's now a core part of our hiring ecosystem. We've now standardised interviews across more than 90 plus worksite locations, and the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. For any project, change management plays a critical role. When developing our change and comm strategy, we put ourselves in the shoes of the receiver, knowing that everyone has different learning styles and being open and receptive to change, especially when hiring talent is not their day job. We designed a structured change management approach, which included group training sessions, videos, how-to guides, and hands-on support. This helped our talent acquisition team and hiring leaders see AI as a partner and not a replacement. Our talent acquisition consultants have played a key role in change adoption. In fact, our hiring leaders have told us that the talent acquisition team's hands-on support, especially the option to run mock interviews before going live, made a noticeable difference in their confidence and readiness. That proactive approach helped ease the transition and ensured they felt well prepared from the outset. Today, interview intelligence acts as a co-pilot, surfacing insights and augmenting human judgment. Our talent acquisition consultants now use interview intelligence during phone screens, giving a consistent, early view of candidates and enabling faster, more confident shortlisting. It significantly streamlined our hiring process. Hiring managers have shared that they're no longer taking notes during interviews, allowing them to stay fully present with candidates, leading to more meaningful and engaging conversations. Throughout the rounds of interviews, Being able to share interview summaries and identifying key areas to delve into further has been a game changer for the hiring teams. As you can imagine, the candidate experience has also been significantly uplifted with those improvements, especially sharing information through the rounds of interviews. We have a high percentage of candidates opting in for interview intelligence recordings. It's clearly emphasised in all of our communication and at the start of the interviews that it's optional, and they can opt out at any time. But from our experience, candidates are excited using AI, understanding the benefits, and noticeably seeing engaged talent acquisition consultants and hiring leaders. For us, the data is speaking for itself. We've seen improvements in quality of hire, reduced time to fill, and stronger compliance outcomes. Interview intelligence is helping IAG transition to a skills-led organisation, and as mentioned earlier, it is significantly saving hundreds of hours in manual admin. The transformation taught us a lot. First, governance and stakeholder alignment are non-negotiable. Second, change management must be embedded, not bolted on. And third, it's a journey. We continue to review the experience and refine it. We do have a saying in our talent acquisition function, standing still is not an option. We need to continue evolving to stay current and competitive. Looking ahead, we're exploring deeper integrations with our skills and careers framework, expanding sentiment analysis, and enhancing post-interview analytics. The Phenom roadmap is exciting, and we're committed to evolving with it. My advice to others, start with your people. Build trust in the technology and let AI elevate, not replace, your hiring decisions. Thank you for listening. At IAG, we believe the future of hiring is human-led and AI-enabled, and interview intelligence is helping us get there. Once again, appreciate your time today. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Janella. In speaking with customers like IAG, what we've heard from all of you is that your candidates are starting to catch up with technology. For example, have you ever posted a job and within the first 10 minutes, you get 1,000 applications? Or have you ever been in an interview and it kind of feels like the candidate is reading from a script, kind of like they're like ChatGPT or something? Oh, maybe you've had one of those experiences where a completely different person shows up for the interview than the person that went through the screening process. The real question, though, is how can we utilize agentic AI to help you resolve some of these issues? Eventually, Phenom's fraud detection agents will be able to cover a wide variety of use cases throughout the entire hiring process. But today, we're going to walk you through agents built directly into your interview experience. When preparing for your interview, the interview assistant helps you get ready by offering you a guide and giving you the ability to use generative AI to ask role-specific questions. Once the interview begins, you can continue to use the assistant to take notes and highlight key moments, providing you the opportunity to focus solely on the candidate. As the interview continues to take place, this candidate, though, seems perfect, like too good to be true. Like maybe this could be one of those candidates that's using some AI to help them answer questions. You don't have to wonder. The agent is focused as it begins to identify and alert you of the possibility of this candidate doing just that. Because the agent is note-taking, analyzing, and understanding, it recommends a more thorough question to dig a little bit deeper, ensuring that the candidate's answers are personal to their lived experience, not the experience of some AI that's running in the background. After the interview is complete, you'll receive a summary, which highlights 4 key integrity checkpoints. This candidate has passed that identity check, ensuring that their face and audio matches all of the previous interviews. However, the conversational analysis tells us a little bit of a different story, identifying differences in key areas of authenticity, performance, and consistency. The fraud detection agent empowers your team to ensure your candidates are authentic, reliable, experienced, and the actual people that show up on the first day. Now, I know you're probably wondering how this all works. Luckily, if you haven't figured it out today, that's what we're here to do. Let's take a look.
Hi everyone, I'm Samira, an AI engineer here at Phenom. Today's hiring landscape is seeing a sharp rise in job application fraud, ranging from identity swapping to candidates using unauthorized assistants during interviews. This makes it increasingly difficult for recruiters and hiring managers to vet candidates, which can lead to costly mishires and compliance nightmares. Here's how Phenom built the agentic AI technology you just saw. Our foundation is rich multi-source data. We draw from resumes, CRM profiles, application history, and other candidate data points. By integrating both structured and unstructured signals like free text answers, we capture a complete view of each applicant. Our multi-agent system analyzes 3 broad categories of signals across the hiring journey. Behavioral cues, for example, how a candidate interacts during an interview. Identity-based cues, to verify that the candidate's identity is consistent. And conversational patterns based on language and dialogue dynamics. Our multi-agent system analyzes 3 broad categories of signals across the hiring journey. Behavioral cues, for example, how a candidate interacts during an interview. Identity-based cues, to verify that the candidate's identity is consistent. And conversational patterns based on language and dialogue dynamics. The system blends deep learning, large language models, and classic machine learning to process these diverse signals. All 3 streams are then combined to derive overall inferences about the likelihood of fraudulent activity. Firstly, we have the behavior analysis agent, which ingests interview streams, splits them into frames, and runs feature extraction using models for object detection, gaze estimation, and other features like blink rates and head pose. These features are then fed into a video understanding LLM for quick analysis. If anomalies are detected, such as mismatched gaze patterns, a larger, reasoning-oriented LLM performs causal inference to explain the flagged segment. Next, the identity analysis agent verifies candidate identity. It performs speaker diarization, isolates candidate face, crops voice segments, and runs parallel verifications using AWS recognition for facial matching and models for voice print matching. A rule-based engine then combines these scores with contextual metadata like camera status or multi-speaker signals to generate a confidence-scored identity verification status. The conversation analysis agent evaluates candidate responses. It transcribes and speaker labels interviews, then checks statements against resumes and prior interview data to calculate performance, consistency, and authenticity metrics using a rubric-driven scoring mechanism via an LLM. The output is a structured scorecard with traceable evidence of contradictions or inconsistencies. Finally, the summarization module aggregates all signals. A severity inference model takes the behavioral, identity, and conversational metrics into a feature vector to predict an overall low, medium, or a high-risk score. An LLM then produces a concise summary explaining both the verdict and the key contributing factors. Together, these agents form a layered, AI-driven system that combines computer vision, speech processing, and LLM reasoning to deliver fast, accurate, and explainable fraud detection for job applications. The outputs are raised in the CRM as warnings to the recruiter, who always takes the final decision to review and act on any problems with a candidate. With the multi-agent system fully operational, we validated its effectiveness across multiple real-world domains, including healthcare and FinServ, to understand both its fraud detection capabilities and impact on recruiter efficiency. In the healthcare domain, just over the past few months, we analyzed over 5,000 candidates, detecting close to 11,000 signals of potential anomalies. Based on the human-in-the-loop review, we found that the agent had a precision of 80%. Recruiters were able to save approximately 10.5 hours per week, reducing manual screening effort without compromising on accuracy. Similarly, in the banking domain, just over the past few months, the system processed over 3,000 candidates, detecting over 7,000 signals. Based on the human-in-the-loop reviews, we found that the agent has a precision of 70%. This led to an overall 6.5 hour per week of recruiter time being saved, demonstrating the platform's effectiveness across different industries.
All right, so we're going to continue the conversation, and with me I have the Phenom boy band. You guys are all dressed the same here right now. Like, I need a vest. I didn't have I don't think I look good in a vest, by the way. But what we're going to talk about is supercharging recruiter productivity with advanced AI infrastructures. That's a whole lot of words, and we're going to figure out what that means right now. So redefining that productivity from an experience and persona agents and core intelligence models. And we've got a few questions to ask these gentlemen. So, Shaker. So the first question, what advancements have we made in our traditional machine learning models to help boost recruiter productivity?
Thank you for that question. That's a great question, first of all. So with our core with our core intelligence models, they've been evolving rapidly. So FitScore and AI Discovery has already redefined how recruiters source, prioritize, and connect with talent. With this, we also have introduced LLMs, or large language models, that act as judges, evaluating outcomes and also reinforming the recruiters on what are the best things to do. With this, we also have introduced LLM as job and resume parsers, and they help the system to understand what are the best attributes to extract and what needs to be done. That is with the large language models. We also have introduced, we also have introduced reinforcement learning techniques, which help the recruiters, which helps the model act faster and better. This also has helped us in defining what is the best possible outcome for each recruitment. With all this in place, sorry guys, I'm a little blank on this.
You're good.
So I'll just move on to Shekhar on that.
No, well, before we do, I do want to back up just a half a step.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of talk about agents, right?
Yep.
But the core, what we call traditional or core intelligence models are still highly, highly productive. And it's sort of the foundational baseline.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about that just a little bit? Because agents are getting a lot of the flash and glitz right now, but the core AI is still really where we start.
Yes, and our core AI is doing very well. FitScore and AI Discovery have already redefined how recruiters source, prioritize, and connect with talent. They've also improved how recruiters understand each candidate and how they screen candidates. But with the reinforcement learning in play and with the large language models in play, we've just taken it a bit one notch higher, and that has helped us to improve with the new techniques that we have in place.
That's good. So we start there and then we build on that.
Yes.
With some of these newer technologies. And that's just going to continue, right? Yes. Like, this is an innovation, we call it innovation readiness. When you have that core traditional AI, and then you start building generative AI, you start building on top of that with agentic, and then whatever else is coming down the road.
Right.
So like, and we were talking about, and Shodhiri, I'm going to throw it to you now. We were talking about reinforcement learning this morning, and maybe let's go a little bit deeper, and let's walk us through an example of an RL model.
Absolutely. So a fantastic example would be in healthcare hiring, right? So let's take the example of a hospital. So you've got multiple nursing roles open on the one end, and then you've got potential candidates, hiring managers, and recruiters all trying to fill those open roles. So each of these personas has their competing interests. If the candidate just wants to get a job, the recruiter has to balance multiple openings and how to assign a candidate to each individual role. And the hiring manager just wants to fill their role. Right? So this is a classic reinforcement learning problem where we model the state of this entire system using a composite state vector. So this would include states from the candidate, the hiring manager, and the recruiter. And we define the reward function also as a weighted function. So these weights can be adjusted depending on the industry. So for example, if a candidate moves from one hiring state to the next hiring state, say from a lead to an applicant, that gets an X amount of reward. But let's say that candidate joins a particular role, and then they stay in that role for a long time, that gets a lot higher reward. Right? So by learning this kind of policy on a specific hospital, we can really solve that problem at a tremendous level for them.
That's great. So I think we're going to go to Mike now.
Yeah.
My favorite Zorro in the world. You're the only Zorro I know.
Yeah,
but
there's a couple of us running around.
There are,
Yeah.
right? And I think of Zorro, and you're not far from that, to be honest with you. But when we talk about user research, you do a lot around user research,
That's
right?
Yeah.
You know, that's your main function here, and you and I talk about this all the time. You know, and what are you seeing, you know, from the platform users in terms of how they're adopting these new tools?
Yeah, what's amazing is it's really adoption is based on value, like no duh, right? Like just like anything else, AI and X Plus and all these tools we're building, if folks don't see value, they move on, right? But what's unique about what we're seeing today is that this is a very intuitive process. You would think you saw the back end there for a second, right? But the front of the house, let's say maybe you're the chef in the back and I'm the maitre d', right? The front of the house, we're starting to see users able to go in, be very intuitive, and find things they want. So for example, if you're in, let's say X Plus sourcing, and you're looking for that wonderful nurse for your ER, right? You're spending your time searching, building lists, you know, short lists, sending messages with AI, rather than, oh, let me find that right thing to click, let me find those filters, let me find those things in the interface and learning the interface rather than the knowledge.
Right.
And so as we continue with this, right, we're going to see people more and more build a partnership, let's say, like we heard in the keynote this morning, and really a teammate with AI. So super exciting to see. You would think it'd be even more difficult than before, but in fact, we're really seeing the opposite.
And in terms of adoption, the speed of adoption, because the innovations are happening very, very quickly, right? Tell me about how users are reacting to, like, it feels very chaotic. It's like overwhelming, it can feel like, but talk to me about that.
Sometimes. It really, like, once you kind of get over that hump and you say, just give it a shot, right? And you start to see the value, and the value builds on itself. And what's really important too, Cliff, glad you brought this up, is like the transparency, right? That ability to work with AI and not feel like you're going to break something, right? Or if you click the wrong button, you lose everything. You're running these prompts, you're learning, you're moving forward, and it's really a very visible process. It's really like a conversation in many ways.
That's good.
So we have a lot of folks adopting this great AI they're building, right? But Cliff, sometimes folks aren't able to adopt it, or maybe they're missing something. We'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, what I talk to people about is the amplification of human value, that AI really unlocks that. It unlocks it in 4 key areas, at least as I see it. Critical thinking, strategic planning, communication, and creativity, all things that AI can assist with, but never can lead, and can never lead in the decision making. So for me, I want them to understand their new role, and within an organization that is adopting artificial intelligence actually becomes amplified. The human value of that work is far greater than it's ever been, because it's unlocking at least those 4 key attributes. And with that, like, helping them redefine what that role looks like. And role transformation is really, really big, you know, as AI, you know, begins to permeate and become more ubiquitous inside of organizations, regardless of the version of AI that you're using. And so looking at this as a way to say, how can I be more valuable inside my organization? A positive lens versus the fear, uncertainty, and doubt that you see in the marketplace, which is AI is going to take your job. AI is going to take jobs, there's no doubt, but it is going to transform work, and the work is what remains. And that's actually what's more important. 70% of all the jobs that existed in 1970 don't exist today. And that's with every single transformation that's ever happened. So, like, have an AI first mindset to understand what it is, how you can leverage it and take the most advantage of it, because it's going to help redefine your role. And you want to be part of that conversation.
Sure.
Perfect. All right, on to chapter 6. And I think we've got, what's that?
I think we're dismissed.
We are dismissed, and we're moving on. I think I'm introducing Ilya for this piece, and so we will move on to that. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Weber from the FITSCO team at Phenom. I'll be discussing about the advancements we have made to the FITSCO algorithm. As many Phenom users know, the FITSCO predicts the likelihood of an applicant being invited for an interview. Let's understand how FITSCO supports recruiters throughout the hiring processes. It matches applications against the recruiter criteria by automatically screening the resumes. This ensures that only qualified applications proceed. FitScore puts the human recruiter in control. The recruiter can customize the factors that determine a good match, like required skills, years of experience, or education level. It enables objective application review by looking at job-relevant criteria to support a fair and a consistent evaluation process. FitScore improves with recruiter feedback. The platform continuously learns from recruiter actions like shortlisting, rejections, AI discovery adds and dismisses, thumbs up and down, and idle candidate additions. It saves time by quickly filtering and shortening the hiring cycle significantly. It also enables in cross-language screening. We have expanded FitScore language capabilities to 16. Some of the new additions are Polish, Chinese, and Swedish. We are expanding the familiar FitScore to a new paradigm in talent acquisition, the matching agent, the intelligent matching agent through multiple agent architecture. Traditional matching agents face certain limitations. Job descriptions are often incomplete, failing to capture critical unwritten requirements, what we call as ghost requirements. Secondly, the keyword matching fails to capture nuanced and deep inferences present in the job and the candidate information. And lastly, the traditional methods cannot understand the relationship at an attribute level. We have deconstructed the matching problem into specialized tasks handled by a team of multi-agent. We are introducing 3 agents: job and candidate analysis agent and score reasoning agent. The purpose of job analysis agent is to capture true requirements of the job beyond the written description. The purpose of the candidate analysis agent is to build a verified 360 profile of a candidate. Finally, the score reasoning agent takes a comprehensive understanding of the job and candidate analysis agent and makes an intelligent, context-aware, and fully explainable matching recommendation. Let's deep dive into job analysis agent. It uses tools to extract crucial information for a given role. It consists of Job Requirement Analyzer tool, which ingests job description and ideal candidates, leveraging a fine-tuned LLM model, which was trained on 1 million job description to exactly extract all the critical requirements. Another tool is the past hiring criteria, which acts as a system's memory. It analyzes the historical data of successful hires for similar roles and identifies frequent important attributes. For example, a software engineer's job description mentions Python experience, but our analyzer notices all the successful hires had distributed system experience and recruiter consistently rejected candidates without it. The system alerts the recruiter and to consider distributed systems as an essential skill in the matching criteria. Finally, the job preference analyzer is where we uncover the ghost requirements. It analyzes the recent candidate interview transcripts for the role. Example, it might detect the interviewers consistently asking questions about managing distributed teams, even though it's not mentioned in the matching criteria. This agent produces a detailed list of attributes with clear source lineage, ensuring transparency for the recruiter. Analyzer agent creates a trusted, complete candidate profile using 3 tools. First, the candidate profile tool extracts key attributes, finds relationship, and infers traits. For example, leading a 12-member team on a healthcare platform shows leadership, healthcare knowledge, and high-stakes project experience. Next, the interview analyzer captures the skill revealed in the interviews and or assessments, even if they are missing in the resume. Finally, the verification tool checks the critical details using an external API and ontology to ensure every attribute is accurate and reliable, like checking a nursing license against state board's database. Score reasoning agent brings everything together to deliver a final match score along with understandable reasons. The profile match score, another fine-tuned domain large language model trained on past hiring decision, compares the candidate's structured profile with job's dynamic profile, weighing required and preferred qualification intelligently. This agent also has Phenom platform tool, which ranks, matches critical pieces from Phenom's platform, such as pre-screen status, assessment output, and represents it to the recruiter as a single view for easy decision making. For example, prioritizing pre-screen status over titles for truck drivers, or flagging specialty-specific pediatric experience as key for registered nurses. The score reasoning agents output a score and an explanation that a recruiter can trust. Let's look at how we use evaluations to ensure the quality of fit score. As the model grows more complex, we need careful, thorough review of humans, but we also need it fast and reliable. Hence, we use an automated agent. Large language model framework for fit score improves both data quality and scoring accuracy. It has 4 major components: job evaluator, candidate evaluator, critical attributes evaluator, and fit score evaluator. Job evaluator reviews job parsing's output for extraction accuracy. For example, if a certification is listed in the job description but is missing from the parser's output, the evaluator detects and flags it. This ensures all the job attributes are complete before scoring. Similarly, the candidate evaluator reviews the resume parsing's output for extraction accuracy. It checks for various attributes like licenses, certification, employment history, and other key data points. The attribute evaluator checks all the critical attributes marked by the matching agent useful in decision making. If there are any issues, they are flagged. Between these evaluators and scoring layer, we have an LLM enrichment step. This step synthesizes and corrects the data so the fit score computation is not burdened by the upstream errors and dramatically improving the downstream reasoning. Finally, the fit score evaluator calculates the match score using the enriched data and attributes errors to their sources. This blame assignment makes it easy to pinpoint industry or job-specific problems and quickly learn and act upon them. The result is a high-precision, explainable fit score pipeline that combines automated oversight with continuous improvement at scale. We have seen an 85% accuracy in identifying issues at the job parser, an 80% accuracy in identifying issues at the candidate parser, and we have seen a 92% accuracy in identifying and flagging the factors accounting for a wrong fit score.
The FitScore R1 model also serves as a backbone model for the matching agent, which was previously introduced by Vaibhav. As the model is now optimized at handling the same task at train time, the model can enhance the accuracy of the matching agent workflow. This model helps to produce the correct and consistent matching without hallucination, so that we can score all the candidates both accurately and fairly with a human in the loop. The model produces the transparent reasoning and shows the data lineage of how matching criteria was assembled. Here are 2 use cases that are solved by FitScore R1. Suppose you have a job to hire a dentist. We can trigger FitScore R1 to look for important matching criteria that may be available from similar jobs in the past. Specifically, we found a similar job, and that historical job had candidates rejected because they were not licensed to practice medicine in the same state where the job is located. The FitScore R1 then infers that the similar jobs in the past required the candidates to have an authorized medical license in that state as non-negotiable requirement, and suggests you to add it in the matching criteria. If the recruiter approves, the matching criteria gets updated. The model gets a positive reward, encouraging it to find more such deep insights. Because the model uses interview transcripts as a data source, we create a guardrail to ensure that the personally identifiable information is not used in the insight or reasoning. Coming to the second use case, for companies that are federal contractors in the US, many jobs require a security clearance. Suppose you have a job titled Defense Logistics Analyst. Such a job involves secret level security clearance because it involves the candidate to have access to operational plans and shipment data where the disclosure could cause damage to national security. We can trigger FitScore R1 to help recruiter plan the requirements for the job during the intake meeting. The FitScore R1 can access the intake meetings transcripts from either recruiter to LLM or conversation between the hiring manager and recruiter to conclude that a secret level security clearance is required to the current job and helps the recruiter set the matching criteria. So we needed to train our own reasoning LLM to handle all this complexity. We built a reasoning model that is capable of extracting, aggregating, and understanding complex fit score workflows. The model can infer recruiter-specific job requirements from multiple sources of candidate and job information. These preferences are successfully applied to future applicants. These LLMs have domain-specific ontologies embedded in them, making them more relevant to hiring across those domains. We use a verifiable rewards to train the reasoning LLM. That is, we use historical data to discover job requirements that were not explicit in a job description. And we use the aggregation of the data to define reasoning statements and a way to confirm that the reasoning statement applies to a specific data point. This gives us an objective reward to train the reasoning LLM, and this approach is called reinforcement learning with verifiable rewards. We defined a set of rubrics for verifiable rewards. Each rubric is a Boolean check aimed at checking the correctness. Some of the rubrics are checked with the help of a reference LLM model. We have defined rubrics like checking the given candidate for an ideal candidate match, where the LLM can suggest the recruiter to identify that particular candidate as an ideal candidate. If the recruiter accepts the suggestion, we reward the model for identifying correctly, else the LLM is penalized for giving a bad suggestion. This helps the LLM to get nuanced understanding between ideal candidate versus a candidate who can be interviewed, even though there isn't any explicit feedback given by the recruiter on ideal candidate selection. Using our sourcing systems, we verify the reason why a recruiter rejects a proposed sourcing recommendation and give reward only if the correct reason is given by the LLM to reject the recommendation. We verify for particular data source selections by checking if the LLM is tracing the lineage of factors involved in decision making correctly. Similarly, there are additional verifiable rewards for other data sources, including a check on hallucination, a check on summarizing recruiter requirements, a check on output format structure. Why group relative policy optimization? OpenAI uses PPO for human preference alignment in GPT training. We use GRPO because it is a simpler, more stable, and efficient algorithm in current RL literature for LLM training use cases. Instead of relying on value model as a baseline critique, the GRPO generates a group of outputs and uses group statistics to come up with a Z-score, which signifies the advantage. Thus, optimizing the GRPO allows us to drastically reduce the memory footprint in GPU. Once the reward rubrics are defined, we can train the reasoning LLM model. The job data includes multiple documents like job description, job-specific preferences, pre-screen preferences, hiring feedback data, ideal candidate information, and interview transcript preferences. The candidate data includes multiple documents like resume, job-specific questionnaire, pre-screen questionnaire, and interview transcript summary. The LLM takes these job and candidate inputs and generates chain of thought reasoning traces for many reward rubrics. The reward model applies GRPO to score every chain of thought according to the reward rubric. The feedback about the past successful and failure matches are also captured and stored at a feature level. This feedback is accessed by the model to do in-context learning. So coming to the impact, the reasoning LLM is used in two ways: to create the matching criteria with strong alignment to the job requirements, using all the data sources, a recruiter as HITL, transparent and consistent scoring of applications. The finalized matching criteria is applied to all the applications for calculating a match score. While computing for a match, the LLM has to generate an explanation with clear reasoning and source lineage about the match. In the process, features like skills, titles, relevant experience, industry relevance, certifications, licenses, education, etc. are considered, and the application with a stronger match gets a higher score with appropriate reasoning.
Hey everyone, I am Bukya Balram from Phenom's AI team. Last year on this stage, we introduced Ask Anything for candidate profiles, a conversational agent that could surface a candidate's entire story without 10 different clicks. This year, we have taken a big step forward. Ask Anything now spans the entire recruiting workflow: jobs, candidates, referrals, interviews, and even hiring analytics. Recruiter knows this pain. Finding the right data to make a hiring decision within a traditional system can be time-consuming. Want to see candidate stages, referral sources, and interview history? That's a complex Boolean filtering, multiple clicks, scrolling, and manual lookups. Preparing hiring analytics for leaders, that could take hours. So recruiters often feel like data analysts and not talent advisors. This is the query recruiter recently asked on our platform. Try doing that today with filters and spreadsheets in traditional systems. It's a nightmare. With Ask Anything, you just type the question. One line, one click, one answer, zero efforts. So how does it actually work? Ask Anything uses multi-agent design pattern to coordinate multiple specialist sub-agents. The orchestrator agent is the coordinator. It reads the recruiter's question, figures out the intent from natural language, and creates a plan. It then delegates each task to the right specialized agent, which are running as an independent microservice, an API operating in its own process to handle its specific function. The data agent pulls the right information across the data sources using query formatter layer, tool registry, and returns a unified payload. Then comes analytics agent, turns recruiter questions into real-time metrics like conversation rates or time to hire. No SQL or BI expertise required. And next comes insight agent, which goes further. It spots bottlenecks, correlates trends, and even suggests next steps. These agents even spin up their own sub-agents and tool calling for complex reasoning tasks. Finally, the orchestrator agent then stitches it all into a single and clear response. Recruiters receive actionable, insightful summaries like the one shown here, which enables them to act immediately and make faster, more confident hiring decisions. Instead of just telling you Ask Anything makes recruiters faster, we wanted to measure it the way agents benchmarks in other industries do. So we defined a set of common recruiter tasks, things like running a complex query, preparing hiring analytics, onboarding new recruiters, or even just pulling a candidate summary. Then we measured baseline performance with today's systems and compared it against Ask Anything. So here's what we found. Complex queries that often take 45 minutes of filters, exports, and spreadsheets now take just 2 to 5 minutes with a single natural language query. That's an 80 to 90% speed up. Manual processes often miss data or create inconsistencies with the error rates around 10 to 20%. Ask Anything reduces that to under 5% by validating results across the systems. New recruiters can be onboarded in about a week by asking questions in plain English instead of spending 3 to 4 weeks learning dashboards and BI tools. Faster, more contextual outreach has driven 20 to 30% higher candidate engagement in our pilots. And in some cases, system clicks dropped by more than 90%. The takeaway is simple. Ask Anything doesn't just speed things up. It benchmarks as a step change in efficiency, accuracy, and recruiter experience. Just like Big Lab Bench set the bar for legal AI, this is our benchmark for recruiting AI. And it proves that recruiters don't have to be data clerks anymore. They can spend less time hunting for answers and more time closing great hires. Ask Anything turns data hunting into instant answers. It's not just a chatbot. It's a recruiter's AI teammate, accelerating decisions and putting the human back at the center of hiring. Thank you.
How cool is that Ask Anything technology? Let's take a short break from the very, very technical talks that we've been listening to. We'll get back to technical in a minute. Let's talk about something that's absolutely foundational to building and deploying technology. Let's talk about responsible AI. Responsible AI is how we make sure that we build the right tech in the right way. And our customers are also pursuing their own efforts in responsible AI. And I want to introduce one very exciting initiative from our customer, BCG. Let's hear from Robin and Odette about the incredible promise that BCG is making to their candidates. It's a cool model, and it's a model that many organizations can follow.
Hi, everyone. I'm Robin D'Agostino, and I lead global recruiting, marketing, and employer branding here at BCG.
Hi, and I'm Odette Engelbrecht. I lead strategic talent acquisition initiatives at BCG. It's great to be here with all of you at your Phenom AI Day.
And why we're here, right? We've all seen how quickly AI is shaping the talent space, from sourcing candidates to developing employees. But with that transformation comes a challenge. How do we make sure that AI is used responsibly, fairly, and with humans still at the center? And this is an issue globally. In fact, Gartner's recent survey found that only 26% of job candidates trust AI to evaluate them fairly, while 25% say that they trust employers less when AI is used in hiring. So candidates are asking really tough questions about trust, transparency, and bias, and our recruiters were asking us for guidance too.
Yeah, that's right, Robin. And that's why we created the AI Talent Promise. It's a people first framework designed to guide responsible AI across the entire talent journey. It's built to strengthen trust, keep humans at the center, and serve as a standard that the broader industry can rally around. BCG developed and launched the AI Talent Promise earlier this year as the first structured pledge of its kind in the talent space. Talent is an acronym that captures our commitments. It's a play on the words talent. T for transparent, A for accountable, L for learning, E for ethical, N for notified, and more important, T for trustworthy. It is our way of putting people at the center of AI innovation while setting a standard we hope the entire industry will adopt.
And Odette, that's a really important point. The AI Talent Promise was designed to start with an industry-wide framework. And we did introduce a promise seal so organizations can signal publicly that they're committed to responsible, human-centered AI in HR.
Yeah, and at BCG, we've embedded these principles in how we operate. So in recruiting, for example, we use AI to guide candidates to the right roles through personalization. Our conversational AI enhances the experience further by answering questions in real time and streamlining both the job discovery and the application process.
And so we've applied this approach in how candidates explore opportunities. So our AI-powered tools personalize the career site experience and surface the most relevant jobs, but always in a way that empowers job seekers to make their own choices. So if I had to simplify, the guiding principle is really about AI supports and people decide. And what's been so exciting about this is that the candidate satisfaction score has really gone up. We've seen an actual impact. And we've also heard some great verbatims and sound bites where candidates have said, this is one of the easiest application process I've ever had. And what's really great, even better, is our recruiters are spending less time on admin and more time connecting with candidates.
And that's not all. Internally, our managers are saving thousands of hours every year with feedback tools like Prime, while employees get richer, more balanced input and feedback on their development. So it's a win-win.
I really want to emphasize, most importantly, we're not doing this alone. Partners like Phenom, who have been great, and others are joining in this promise. And that's how it becomes bigger, right? It's about creating an industry-wide standard to build trust in AI across HR so we can have better statistics than the Gartner study that's out there today.
So if you're thinking about your own AI journey, here are a few tips from our experience.
First, I would say really codify your principles, right? Don't wait. Publish your commitments to employees and candidates so they know where you stand.
Second thing, keep humans in the loop. AI can support decisions, but accountability must stay with people.
Yeah, and finally, start with high impact areas, recruiting, staffing, learning where AI can really enhance the experience and not replace it.
And that is the heart of the AI Talent Promise. And we invite you to join us in making responsible AI the new standard in talent.
Thanks so much for having us.
So with BCG, we heard about this important talent promise that BCG is making. What does this look like at Phenom? Responsible AI at Phenom means that we do self-governance. We are intentional about the kind of AI that we build and how we build it. We define a standard. We hold ourselves to that standard. We're intentional about complying with AI regulations. We'll talk about some of those regulations today. But ultimately, regulatory compliance is a subset of what we do, a subset of our responsible AI program. You may have heard us mention it before, but ultimately, here are the pillars. First, we have a governance policy that tells us what AI we may or may not develop. For example, even before the EU AI Act prohibited some uses of AI, our governance policy declared that we will not pursue certain use cases. Second, the governance policy guides us to assess the risks of the technologies that we develop and to mitigate those risks. And finally, responsible AI means giving you, employers, tools for AI governance. These tools are an opportunity for you to make sure that the AI works for you. It's a two-way shared responsibility. So here are the topics that we're going to touch on today together with Cliff. We're going to talk about some recent AI regulations and how Phenom is complying. We can't list all of them, but we're going to focus on some hot topics that are relevant to us today. And we'll talk about responsible use of some of the exciting agentic AI technologies that you saw today. So, Cliff.
Cool. And before that, I'd just like to compliment you on your outfit today.
Thank you.
And I
you
know it's
great.
really hard to tell the difference between us. Ilya has the dark glasses, Cliff has the more clear glasses. I know that's difficult for some, but now I think we've corrected the audience. So
thank you for clarifying.
You're quite welcome. So we're going to talk a little bit about regulation. One of those is the EU AI Act, and that compliance is in progress. So Phenom, as a platform, will be considered high risk. That's not a bad thing. Anything that touches humans and their work and anything around that sort of responsible and ethical use of AI should be considered high risk, and we take that pretty seriously. But we are conducting conformity assessments right now. We expect to be fully compliant well before the deadline, which is August of 26. One regulation that may be flying under the radar comes from the California Civil Rights Department. They've updated the Fair Employment and Housing Act with some requirements that apply to AI systems. And the main component of that is data retention. And the requirement has gone from 2 years to 4 years. And that's for Phenom to keep inputs and outputs from some of those AI models for that time period. So we've already collect the data that are necessary, and we're creating a more robust system for making sure the data are retained for 4 years and sharing that data with our customers. And of course, we take compliance seriously. Some of our efforts are driven internally, and some compliance requires us to use an independent auditor. NIST AI RMF and ISO 42001 are kind of a combo of those two things, and they're very similar standards. An organization can self-attest compliance with NIST AI RMF, but only a third party can attest to ISO 42001. Briefly, we are pursuing both. The NIST AI Risk Management Framework, and that's the RMF in that, is a voluntary set of practices that guides organizations in designing, developing, and evaluating AI systems ethically. At Phenom, the need to build effective and valid risk assessment capabilities at the pace of rapid AI innovation has become increasingly important as both AI technologies and their applications grow more complex. So we view that alignment with NIST framework as a way to structure our internal risk practices across its 4 components: govern, map, measure, and manage. For our customers, this means greater confidence in the fairness, transparency, and compliance of the AI technologies they've come to rely on. By aligning with NIST, we help ensure that our AI-driven experiences not only deliver results, but also meet evolving standards for trust, accountability, and ethical use.
Thank you, Cliff. Let's walk through an example. You heard a lot about agentic AI today. Let's talk about how agentic AI can be deployed responsibly. And as our lawyers require me to remind you, the following is not legal advice. Companies that want to deploy these technologies should be guided by their own legal counsel. So I'm going to walk through how responsible AI works in the context of one AI agent, voice agent, but similar reasoning applies to other agents also. So the voice agent, as you saw earlier today, screens an applicant for a job by using voice interaction to ask questions, record answers, could be on a phone, could be on an internet audio connection. Voice agent can be used and configured in different ways where it automates relatively more, relatively fewer tasks, depending on how you want to configure it. These different uses may have different obligations for compliance and responsible deployment. So let's take accommodation, right? Responsible deployment of voice agent begins before there's any AI in the picture. Employers should ensure that the workflows they configure allow for alternative accommodations. Voice interaction obviously can present difficulties to candidates with speech impediments, with hearing difficulties, with, say, atypical cognitive processing. Voice interaction can be affected by technical issues like noisy spaces and dropped calls. And so it's important that employers should allow applicants to choose to be screened in a different modality, to tell them how to request that accommodation, and to assure them that candidates will not be penalized for making that request. Next come the questions themselves, right? The employer chooses which information the voice agent should gather from the applicant. That information should be job relevant, right? Collecting information that's less relevant or less important can affect the validity of the screening, and it can also prolong the conversation, potentially reducing the call completion rate. Now we get to the actual AI technology. So we had some responsible stuff that you have to do before AI came into the picture. Now we get to the AI level. The voice agent uses AI models in a few ways, one of which is just speech recognition of applicant answers and speech generation of the questions from the agent. This is the minimal level of AI in voice agent, this speech stuff, and cannot be disabled. But all the other uses of AI are optional. So it depends on how you configure it. So for example, voice agent can optionally use AI to infer meaning from direct, what I call checkbox style answers. So for example, it can infer that yeah should be recorded as an affirmative response, or nope should be a negative response, right? We're filling a form. Third, voice agent can optionally use AI to apply an employer's rubric to interpret applicant answers that are more extended. So for example, the employer might ask, how big of a team have you managed in the past? And the candidate might answer, 5 people. If the employer's rubric says that the job requires having managed 10 people, then, and only then, the voice agent can infer that the candidate did not satisfy that specific requirement. Using AI to apply employer rubrics raises 2 risks, right? You might have a rubric that is incorrect or at least poorly defined, which might be hard to foresee before collecting answers and looking at those answers. That's first. Second, the AI could make an error in applying even a perfect rubric to interpret a candidate's answer. Many methods are available to mitigate these risks, such as validating that the agent produces correct interpretations for a sufficient sample of applicants, for example. Finally, voice agent can optionally trigger an automation that is defined by the employer and that is tied to the employer's rubric. For example, if a candidate answers affirmatively to having been employed by a company in the past, the company could choose to have an automation that schedules a candidate for an in-person interview. The automation itself is not an AI system, but it can be triggered because the AI system gathers the information that the employer requires. Automation can create a risk of unfair treatment of applicants, and adverse impact or other fairness studies may be required to mitigate that risk. So you have a number of scenarios. Any of them can be deployed responsibly as long as the configuration for a particular employer is matched to the controls and to the risk mitigation. And so for other agents like concierge and fraud detection that we saw today, we can apply that same kind of reasoning. And now, let me welcome to the stage our industrial organizational psychologist, Vignesh Murugavel, to show us an example of the hard scientific work that happens to ensure responsible AI in practice. Hi, Vignesh.
Hi.
Hey, Vignesh.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Vignesh, and as Ilya mentioned, I'm an industrial organizational psychologist. You just heard a little bit about AI governance and Phenom's philosophy. Let's take a look at what that's going to look like for FitScore. Now, reliability and validity are metrics from the long-standing tradition of industrial organizational psychology. They're used to ensure that hiring tools are scientific, job-related, and fair. However, Phenom hiring tools are not like traditional hiring tools. Our tools have to contend with advanced ML AI models. All of the technical details you've been listening to for the past few hours, we have to contend with all of that. But that's not going to stop us from HR compliance, and that's definitely not going to stop us from ensuring our models are also scientific and fair to use. We with data, we're able to show that FitScore is reliable. We're also able to show on an enormous scale that FitScore is valid. We can even show that FitScore is valid across several job families. And it's no fluke that FitScore is valid. When we look at FitScore's performance across different hiring criteria like screening, interview, and offer, we find that it's valid there as well. This is our responsibility for governance of FitScore. But it's not just ours alone. It's a shared responsibility. And we can show that too. Here, we examined FitScore's performance when recruiters are helping and when recruiters are not helping FitScore. Alone, FitScore does fine. It does great. But in every case that we examined, FitScore's validity, FitScore's performance improves when the recruiter helps. Indeed, that means that humans and AI together give you the best results. At Phenom, human in the loop is not simply a feature. It is an opportunity for employers to show that they share in the responsibility of how AI is used today. Thank you. Up next, we have Kumar with orchestration.
Right. Thank you, Vignesh. That seems to be a lot of computations on our FitScore models, and I'm sure our customers really appreciate some of these data and metrics. All right, let's switch gears to a very interesting topic called the orchestration engine. So one of the things that we want to talk about is how all the agents that you saw today are going to work well with one another. So you've seen examples of the experience agents that we dealt with, the persona agents that you have for your backend users, and oftentimes you would want to integrate these agents to complete an end-to-end process. So an output of one agent is going to an input of another agent to orchestrate the whole process. And this is already achieved on our platform through our agentic automation engine. We have the ability to define workflows within our engine that connects different agents for specific cohorts of your population to work in conjunction with one another. This is all great, but we have certain limitations with these traditional automation engines. What we've come to find out is sometimes these automation engines can be fairly rigid. So for example, if let's say you have a referral who actually did not use the referral link to apply to a job, but you would want to still fast track them, automation engines may not be able to do that. Maybe your interviewer forgot to set an out of office and candidates are still being scheduled on their calendar. Your automations cannot circumvent that process. Or maybe you are trying to onboard somebody whose license is expiring in 2 weeks. Do you want to change the process from that perspective, right? So these are some examples of scenarios where traditional workflows can potentially break. And to solve this specific problem, we are introducing the unified orchestration engine. So what the unified orchestration engine does is it works as an overlay on top of your automation engine. All right. Sorry, technical issues. So what the unified orchestration engine does is it works as an overlay on top of your automation engine. So there's the ability to define policies on how you would want to make these exceptions, just like humans do. The agents decide and get triggered at relevant spots. And whenever there's a need for a human to intervene, these orchestration engines can escalate to the humans at the right spot. And this is really groundbreaking from how we look at evolving our automation engine to a more agentic approach. So what we'll do is we'll briefly switch to a demo and show you what this whole platform looks like. So what you're looking at here is the dashboard of the talent orchestration engine, where you can see a lot of these automation processes that are running within your enterprise. The one key aspect that we want to look at is what are called as policies or agent operating policies. And these define how your unified platform is going to run. So let's take a look at one such policy. So here's a policy defined for a healthcare client where you got to fast track certain critical roles. So you can mention certain policies all in natural language that the orchestration engine can understand to help reach that goal of fast tracking talent in healthcare where there's a critical shortage. While you're defining these policies in pure and simple English, you also have the ability to define guardrails and constraints around it. So obviously you are required to run a fast track, but you don't want to flood your interviewers' calendars because they are really operating on patients and you have to give them sufficient time. So here's kind of an example of that. So you can see how this policy is defined, and we can take a look at how many times this policy is being invoked. So you can see the number of times where there's been exceptions in your automation engine that the orchestration engine was able to catch and solve for you. So you can go a little bit deeper into how the orchestration engine is reasoning. So it gets triggered because of an exception. It can go to your ontology to understand what is the scenario at hand right now and whether it needs to trigger or not. The automation engine responds back saying that this is the right trigger. It does a risk assessment of invoking newer automations within the platform. And there's a flow activation that happens. There's some learnings that are coming in. So it's basically evaluating the plan for running the automations. And finally, if it finds out that there is a need for a human evaluation, it raises that alert. And once it raises the alert, it can even track who have responded and who haven't responded. And based on those inputs, it can continue the whole flow. And all of the execution is also going back into your reinforcement learning to dynamically update these policies as you go forward. Right? So this is pretty interesting. And let's take a look at what the user point of view looks like. So here's, you can also look at your healthcare provider's hiring manager who would just get a notification on, let's say, their mobile app or the hiring manager app to approve an exception. So here's an example where a candidate got scheduled for an interview this Thursday, but the candidate rescheduled. But the slot is still open on the interviewer side. The orchestration engine is saying, hey, I found another candidate who's ready to pick that same slot. Do you want to swap that candidate out? So here your hiring manager is saying, yes, absolutely. I want to repurpose this to fast track hiring. And instantly the automation engine continues with scheduling. So here's how powerful these engines can be that can sit on top of your automation engine and give you that flexibility for human-like decisions. So with that, let's switch to the tech part of this. I'd like to welcome Venkat Kohli to go a little bit deeper on how we've built this platform.
Hello everyone, this is Venkat Kohli, Director of Engineering from Phenom. Today, you have seen powerful AI agents for intake agents, sourcing, screening, scheduling, and more. As these agents mature, the real value is in how they work together. For example, the intake agent should hand its structured requirements directly to the sourcing agent, which should inform screening, which should reshape scheduling dynamically. Traditional automation engines are linear and brittle. They finish steps, but they don't pursue goals. Hence, agent orchestration based on goals is difficult to achieve with traditional automation engines. Here are some examples. Let's take a director-backed referral for a hard-to-fill role. In a linear automation world, that person will still land in the generic phone screen queue and waits for their turn. We lose momentum and often the candidate sometimes. Let's move on to a regulator role. Let's say an ICU nurse with a license expiring in 10 days. Digit automation flows ahead to onsite and offer because the checklist says next stage. That's a compliance risk. And let's take one more example. A former employee inside a 6-month rehire window who is also hit the 2 applications per year cap. Linear automation keeps booking interviews, then there's a extra work for the HR has to, or recruiter has to unwind everything. If you see this pattern, there is a pattern here. Linear automation finishes steps, but it can't read context, apply policies, or it can't adapt to the path to keep us on track to the outcome. Introducing Phenom's Unified Orchestration Engine, a dynamic goal-directed system that coordinates multiple agents, adapts to changes, enforces policies and HATL, and drives outcomes, not just workflows. This is the future of workflow management. Here is the core shift. Orchestration doesn't just execute steps, it regions towards an outcome. It starts with a goal, it builds a plan, and then it executes the AOPs, and then it routes the task to the right agent. Let's go one by one. Let's take a goal of fill backend software engineers in Boston in less than 30 days with a budget of $100K, and let's say use a policy template as corporate professional hiring USA. And it also takes a live context from intake agent, sourcing agent, and calendars and compliance. And then it moves on to build a plan using a task graphs across different agents that we have discussed. And before the execution, agent operating policies apply guardrails, which will define who is allowed to call which tools and what require permissions, what are the different conference thresholds for AI results, and what are my different cost or time budgets, and then HLD checkpoints. It acts by routing tasks to the right agent, then adapts at runtime when reality changes. For example, skipping, inserting, parallelizing, or replanning the steps. Every decision is explainable because we log region codes, evidence, and policy references so you can replay why the path got changed. We are enforcing dozens of policies or guardrails across various categories through AOPs. The engine runs pre-action checks before every critical step. We'll go through a couple of AOPs right now. An application eligibility AOP validates the AAs and looks for internal exclusions and enforces rehire cooldowns. It can also apply volume limits both at global level and at the per job level, so we don't overprocess repeat applicants. And one more AOP, scheduling limits AOP, which runs before any booking or reschedule. It enforces 3 buckets: candidate rules like max reschedules, max schedules, monthly or weekly caps, time guardrails like minimum notice and cutoffs, and capacity limits like workflow specific volumes and interview overload. One more AOP, referral fast track AOP, it triggers the engine to skip the generic scan and move straight to scheduling and log the waiver. We also have capacity or time guardrails. When they fail, engine parallelizes panels or replans around interview overload. When there is a low model confidence on passing or scoring, the engine inserts HATL before any downstream action. These are not hard-coded rules, they are runtime decisions. The engine weights goal, context, and AOPs, then chooses the safest, fastest path and tells you why. AOPs are the rails. They keep agents powerful and safe, ensuring the engine controls how and when AI executes. Orchestration engine doesn't bet everything on one kind of intelligence. It combines 3 modes, each for what it does best inside a single runtime. One of them is deterministic rules handle hard constraints like rehire cooldowns, application gaps, license windows, interview load limits, etc. These are all binary and immediate, which can skip or insert with proper region codes. And the second one is probabilistic ML like FitScore, which handles ranking and likelihood. We use various confidence bands to auto-advance when the threshold limit is very high, or defer or ask for more signal in the gray zone. We'll never override a hard rule. Agentic AI is the third option, which executes multi-step actions like voice screening agent, capacity-aware scheduling agent, or tailored outreach agent. It's powerful, but it operates inside AOP guardrails, respecting policies, respecting guardrails, but respecting our budgets and HATL checkpoints. All of this is governed or enforced by guardrails. So the engine keeps asking, should I skip this step? Do we need to insert a new one? Can I parallelize or must I replan? That's how we stay both fast and safe. This diagram shows the built-time architecture. We call it as design phase. We define our goal using simple natural language, can be plain English. Then the flow generator assembles the workflow by pulling pre-built components from the repositories, like action repository, agent repositories, etc. This modular approach is key for scalability. The guardrails are configured and embedded here. It means that the system is fundamentally designed for safe, compliant execution right from the start. And then moving on to the runtime phase. The engine is context aware. It uses the context store to know who the candidate is and the state store to know what has already happened in the workflow. This memory allows it to apply policies and guardrails before every action. And it ensures the decision is safe, compliant, and always moves towards the goal. This centralized control is what allows complex workflows to run reliably. The final layer is essential for certain value. We track everything for auditability. More importantly, this data feeds into adaptive learning loop, meaning the system is not static. It automatically retrains itself and tightens the guardrails over the time, making it not just smarter, but provably safer and more effective with every process executed. To summarize, we are upgrading from simple automation to the orchestration engine. The unified orchestration engine is the necessary foundation that ensures all our complex AI-driven workflows achieve their goals safely, compliantly, and dynamically every single time. Thank you.
Thank you, Venkat, for that deep dive into how we designed the orchestration engine. Now let's actually move to onboarding. In modern hiring today, a yes is only half the battle. Onboarding isn't HR's problem anymore. It touches every team and system in any modern organization. Most companies struggle with fragmented processes across different locations, departments, and systems, making the entire onboarding process slow and error-prone. Well, Phenom brings all the onboarding steps into one single easy-to-use system. But onboarding isn't just one single part. It's pre-boarding, cross-boarding, and off-boarding. So let's start with a couple of personas. Specifically right now, a new hire, Tanya. She's alerted via email that her new hire journey is ready. She's welcomed into the onboarding hub that is just for her without any login credentials. She could see all the critical information for her, such as her start date, forms that are required for immediate completion. But onboarding isn't just about filling out forms. A new hire needs to feel a sense of belonging early and often. As you can see here, she could see all her tasks, checklists, to-do lists, a welcome video from her team, and even an onboarding survey about her experience. How about even a welcome video from the CEO? But engagement should also be about meeting her team. She could set up and schedule calls with HR, benefits, and her manager, making her feel a part of the team immediately. Now, as we all know, because we've gone through the onboarding experience before, one of the most important but painful pain points in onboarding is that manual data entry for any new hire. The simple action of uploading illegal documents such as a passport or visa is always prone to accidents. Time after time, though, these mistakes that were made are only identified at the start date or way later in the process. Phenom's agent can now instantly alert the new hire of any error, such as an unclear picture in their ID, or the wrong type of information in that specific requested area, all the way to even legal information, such as their name not matching between forms. So now they can make changes in real time and not impact those start dates that are so important for all of us. But also data entry is also removed by automatically parsing information into all of the different forms that are part of the process. So now, by personalizing the onboarding journey, every new hire will naturally boost their engagement, accelerate productivity, and improve retention across the organization. Now let's switch gears a bit, show you a new persona. Right now you're seeing the HR view, and we're gonna see in a couple of different views. This is the macro view that you're seeing right now. So right away, an HR team could see their dashboard of all the ongoing tasks completed, pending, and ones that are delayed as well. But let's dig deeper into the micro view. So now you're seeing Tanya's profile, and you can see each and every hire status, each and every action that is visible and actionable in one single ecosystem. So now connecting all the trigger points into one single status. So finally, moving on to the actions, every single person that is a part of the onboarding experience will be able to track their tasks, their actions, and also pending actions. What does that do? Onboarding now is not going to be that black box, and you're finally going to have the visibility that is needed across all teams. Another piece of the onboarding process that is pretty error-prone and manual today for the HR team is setting up and managing onboarding forms. It is often time-consuming and a compliance headache for most organizations. But Phenom has solved this by creating a module that is easy to use. It's an actual form engine that streamlines the entire process. So what could HR teams do now? They could quickly create, edit, and deploy compliant forms with automated data validation across all integration points. This is truly a built-in self-service, turning one of the major pain points into a seamless experience. So one of my favorite parts that we're coming up to right now is our automated role-based onboarding journeys that breaks down overwhelming milestones from introduction all the way to exit. And it's going to be personalized, bite-sized communications, checklists, workflows, and compliant tasks. So what it's going to do is leverage these workflows through segmentation, triggers, and integrations. And these integrations are going to be between HCM systems, HRIS systems, and payroll systems. But what it's truly going to do is nurture new hires and keep all stakeholders involved and informed through reminders, escalations, and notifications. So up next, we will go deeper into the onboarding parsing agent you just got a glimpse of. And you'll also check out the job and resume parser.
Hi everyone, I'm Suresh. I'll be speaking about how we are using AI agents to automate employee onboarding. The current onboarding process is broken for both candidates and recruiters. Ultimately, it's impacting the business. A candidate uploads maybe 15 documents, fills out everything manual, personal details, education, work history, waiting days for response. Sometimes the forms are rejected even without any explanation. A recruiter needs to set up forms, define documents to upload, and also manage any cautions like blacklisted colleges or employers. The recruiter also manually checks every document that is submitted, identify any discrepancies, and reaching out to candidates to make any corrections. These steps are very fragmented and slow, leading to delays on onboarding, higher operational costs, and sometimes even candidates drop off. With our AI-powered agentic parsing, the onboarding experience is very seamless. The agent instantly checks the documents and their validity. Candidate also gets immediate notification if it flags any anomaly. The agent also cross-verifies across the documents submitted and raises any discrepancy reports and immediately reports them. At the same time, the agent also pre-fills forms using the information extracted, helping candidates reducing any manual entry. This allows recruiters to only focus on the anomalies reported rather than reviewing every single document. Currently, our agents support close to 100 plus documents to extract relevant content for the onboarding flow. The result is a faster, more accurate, and seamless onboarding experience for both candidates and recruiters. Now that you have seen our AI-powered workflow, let's see what makes this possible under the hood. At the core, it all comes down to document parsing, taking PDFs, scanned documents, or images and turning them into clean, structured data. Traditionally, we relied on OCR tools like Tesseract. They do fine with clean scans, but the moment we throw in a blurry card or handwritten form, accuracy drops. Then came layout-aware transformers and table transformers. These are a very big leap because they don't just read the words, they understand where the word sits in the document. These models are very heavy to run. They still depend on OCR. If OCR makes a mistake, the error creeps down. And now we are in the VLM era. These can reason over an entire document in one shot, whether it is an offer letter, scanned ID, or resume. But still there are trade-offs. These are very expensive and very slow. They are also acting like black boxes, and explainability can become very tricky. Each advancement has moved us closer to reliable document parsing, but each has its own set of challenges. To solve them at scale, we at Phenom are moving towards hybrid architectures. We use OCR as a reliable backbone to extract text, then use VLMs for semantic understanding, and specialized models like table transformers for structured fields. This way, we get higher accuracy, cost efficiency, and compliance traceability. Our pipeline doesn't treat all the documents the same. Based on the content type, it dynamically chooses the right flow. If a document is pure text, we send it to a fast LLM flow. The document has embedded images, signatures, or complex tables. We enrich the text with OCR, table transformer, and then use VLM to reason. And if it's a scanned document, we use OCR and then let the VLM reason over the extracted content. This content-aware routing improves both accuracy and efficiency. What makes our document parsing accurate is not just the VLM itself, but the way we have designed the workflow. First, it doesn't just output text, it extracts fields into a predefined JSON format. This ensures the data is structured and machine readable. Secondly, it calls specialized tools wherever it is needed. For example, OCR is used for text scans, a table transformer is used for structured data, layout parsers are used for document regions. Every value it outputs is tied back to evidence tokens like OCR spans or bounding boxes. Third, we add a validation layer. This checks that the extracted fields are grounded in real evidence. Finally, all of this sits inside an agentic flow. The VLM orchestrates the tool calls and validators confirm correctness at each step. The result is a system that's both powerful and safe. Accuracy is about 95%, fully explainable. So what does this actually mean for us? Let's look at the impact. For recruiters with our AI pipeline, most manual steps are automated. Recruiter can review instead of retype, improving productivity and focusing on candidate experience. For candidates, the difference is speed and accuracy. No more back and forth because a form field didn't match the document. Their onboarding is seamless and faster, with very few errors. For the enterprise, it's about scale and compliance. Accuracy above 95% means very few risks in audits, faster hiring cycles. This is an impact that compounds, saving recruiters time, improving trust, and enabling growth at scale.
Hi everyone. Today, I will share how we scaled our document parsing system to handle over 1 million documents a day, like resumes, jobs, and more. We need to keep costs low, latency low, and accuracy high. And the way we did it was with a technique called distillation. Our parsing system sits at the very start of the hiring funnel. Documents flow in from career sites, CRMs, job portals, and referrals. If we can't structure that input cleanly, the rest of the workflow suffers. That's why the parser needs to be accurate, fast, and able to scale. Large language models look like the obvious solution. They're very accurate on complex text. They can even infer skills and attributes that traditional parsers miss. But in practice, they're very slow, taking about 30 seconds per document. They're extremely costly, and at our scale, they need massive infrastructure. In short, great accuracy, but not practical. So we faced a clear challenge. We need the accuracy of the large models, the speed and efficiency of the small ones. The answer was model distillation. Distillation means transferring knowledge from a large teacher model into a smaller student model. The teacher generates high-quality outputs. The student learns to mimic those outputs, keeping most of the accuracy, but running far faster and cheaper. Here's how we applied it. We used a Llama 70 billion teacher to output structured JSON on 500,000 synthetic documents. Then we fine-tuned a smaller Qwen 0.6 billion student on these outputs. The student learned the teacher's behavior and became a more compact problem-specific model. It runs much faster and it's far cheaper. The results were strong. The student reached about 95% of the teacher's accuracy. Latency dropped from over 30 seconds to just 2 to 3 seconds per document. And inference costs fell to a fraction of the large LLMs. Even better, the system is easier to deploy, maintain, and scale in production. After distillation, we turned to keeping the student accurate in production. Offline, we built a benchmark with human annotations and ran side-by-side checks against the teacher to set a clear baseline. And online, We use the teacher as LLM as a judge to catch errors or drift quickly. And we track accuracy client by client with feedback loops to spot issues in real time. That way, we keep accuracy high and confidence strong in production. This improved parsing has transformed the hiring experience. Recruiters now see clean, rich profiles instantly. That means better search, less manual editing, and faster, more accurate matches. And for candidates, the process is quicker and smoother. More completions, fewer edits, and strong profiles from the start. And this is just the beginning. We can now apply the same pattern to any high volume, latency critical LLM workflows. Big model quality and small model efficiency. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Shrikar, Senior Director of Engineering at Phenom. So let's talk about enterprise search today. Enterprise data is often scattered across countless systems and formats, making it difficult for users to quickly find what they need. So users are spending a lot of time to find the right information. An enterprise with 1,000 knowledge workers spends about $2.5 million per year simply because employees cannot efficiently find information. Enterprise search solves this by providing a unified way to access relevant information from both internal and external sources, helping users work more efficiently and make better decisions. But HR enterprise search is different. A generic enterprise search system can access many data sources, but HR integrations can be very complex and HR workflows create their own context and definitions of relevance. For example, for employee performance reviews, a manager needs to gather information from multiple sources, including employee goals, project contributions, peer feedback, and professional development activities, which requires a lot of effort for the managers. In a similar way, during the pre-onboarding or onboarding phase, candidates often have questions about work policies, benefits, or career paths. Answering these queries requires information and particular human resources from different departments and systems. Phenom's enterprise search system purpose-built to address the fragmentation of data across HR systems like HCMs, ATS, HRIS, learning management systems, and internal documents. It connects candidates, employees, recruiters, hiring managers, and other HR personas across the entire ecosystem through a single unified platform. So users can ask questions naturally and get answers appropriate to their context and workflows. For example, when asked about work from home policies, an external candidate sees a generic response on flexibility, while an internal employee sees guidelines that are specific to their role and office locations. So let's look at the tech behind Phenom's enterprise search agent. To provide accurate results, the platform needs to connect to the relevant content. So this layer connects to multiple internal and external systems and ingest the data from different sources like Google Drive, Confluence, and any other multiple systems. So the data is transformed, chunked, and converted into vector embeddings using a language model. Embeddings are stored in a vector database, while metadata is maintained in a relational database for complete searchable index with access permissions. So simple queries can often be handled with a straightforward RAG setter, but when it comes to complex, highly important, and critical tasks, we need something more powerful. That's where an agent flow comes in. So our system uses multi-agent orchestration, which is basically like having a team of specialists instead of one generalist agent. So each agent focuses on what it does best, and an orchestrator coordinates them to make sure everything works smoothly. This makes the whole process more accurate, efficient, and scalable. So take an example. When a manager asks, I have a performance review with Alex tomorrow, can you prepare a summary? So here is how the flow works. The orchestrator understands the intent, like performance summary over here, looks at where Alex's complete data lives, HRIS, HCMs, past reviews, Jira, LMS, etc., and figures out which agents are needed. It breaks the task into similar steps: fetch HRIS profile, pull past reviews, check Jira contributions, gather LMS progress, and assigns each step to the right agent. It also maps out how the results will flow into a final summary. So each agent calls the right tool: HRIS for employee details, reviews database for past evaluations, Jira API for contributions, LMS for learning progress. So these results are then pulled together, re-ranked, and passed to a summarized agent. Finally, the summarizer agent produces a manager-ready summary with strengths, gaps, and progress, all backed by citations. And if something goes wrong, like a missing data source, the orchestrator adapts reassesses, and replans, ensuring the summarizer agent still generates a precise context-rich response. Security is one of the most important concerns in enterprise search, especially in the HR ecosystem. So the data governance and security layer ensures that the system retrieves the data only the user has access. So permission-aware indexing ensures employees see only what's meant for them. For example, candidates can never see internal compensation policies. So the evals and human-in-the-loop process. For HR enterprise AA systems, robust evaluation is mandatory. The cost of low trust, compliance errors, or misinformation can be severe. So that's why our system employs a multi-layered evals approach far behind basic confidence scoring, combining automated judgment, user feedback, and human oversight. So each response is first reviewed by a dedicated evaluation agent, LLM as a judge in this case, which works within its action space to assess grounding, factual correctness, and confidence. In parallel, we track goal completion metrics, not just the fluency, but whether the answer is actually help the user achieve their objective or not. So these eval signals are logged into long-term memory like RAG and vector databases to ensure that lessons persist beyond a single session. When the orchestrator detects low confidence or negative signals, the query is escalated into a HITL loop. A human HR agent intervenes as a guardrail, correcting or validating the response. So these corrections flow back into the system, and using reinforcement learning from human feedback, our system keeps improving to provide accurate responses. So this closed feedback cycle, evaluation agent plus goal metrics plus HITL process, creates an adaptive agentic loop that continuously refines reasoning, improving handling of edge cases, and preserves the trust and compliance standards required in HR domains. So this is how we built our HR enterprise search, powered by an agentic system, not just finding the right information, but understand who is asking, why, and delivering the right answer instantly. It frees up recruiters, employees, managers, and HR agents to focus on strategic and high-value work.
The challenge with traditional talent processes is that skill requirements are changing at lightning speed. This is creating a need for a dynamic approach influenced by market-centric ontologies, combined with the unique context that makes your organization who you are. To take it a step further, this intelligence has application across all of the personas in both talent management and talent acquisition. Employees are looking to see where their skills, experiences, interests, and aspirations lead to growth in your organization. People leaders are looking for the intelligence and tools to coach their teams through this journey. HR is looking for intelligence to guide dynamic, data-driven workforce and succession planning. And don't forget about TA. TA needs intelligence to guide who they're bringing into the organization for tomorrow's skills needs. As we head down this journey today, I'd like to introduce our friends from Merck KGaA to walk us through how they're approaching these challenges within talent management.
So, hello everyone. My name is Przemysław Żyła. It's a real pleasure to join you at Phenom AI Days. For over 3 years now, I've been working at Merck KGaA, based in Darmstadt. In my current role as HR IT business architect, I focus on HR tools and how to maximize their value while reducing their entire landscape unnecessary complexity. What excites me most is exploring how these tools can truly empower our people and unlock new possibilities in HR.
Warm welcome also from my side. My name is Leandra Kriep. I'm the head of skill-based HR products, and with that mainly responsible to identify how we can revamp our HR processes and technologies to become truly skills-driven in everything we do. And with that, and in that role, also being the product owner for our internal talent marketplace. But let me really talk about a little bit how we started off our journey on skills, on becoming really skills driven. And first and foremost, we really listened to our employees and honestly to those that left us. And what we heard is really they left us due to lack of transparent career and development opportunities in the first place. And obviously not just that, but also when we look outside. I mean, everyone is familiar with the ever rapidly changing environment that we live in, that our businesses must, stay so agile, adaptable, and with that, we also need a skilled workforce that can really cope with that pressure, right? And constantly learn and upskill. And here I really like to always state a quote from our CEO who said once, when our people grow, our business grows. And there's so much value in that statement. And for me, obviously, naturally working in HR, right? I really, want to equip our people best, that they are future ready and that we as a company are future ready. And previously, well, I have to say, we always said to our people, drive your own development. You are in the driver's seat, right? But then in reality, they were overwhelmed because we had like hundreds of different tools, initiatives scattered across the different businesses that we have, across countries, across different SharePoints, other digital tools, Excel files, you name it, right? And this really led us to create a one-stop shop, which is the talent marketplace powered by Phenom AI. And reflecting a little bit, and maybe sharing even some numbers, just reflecting on the first year after having launched that platform, it's really super nice to see we have by now more than 50,000 registered users, over 21 skill profiles filled out. What I love most, more than 1,800 mentors and mentees that paired up via the platform. And also, as we just launched this year, cross assignments, which are short-term project assignments, up to, from 1 month up to 12 months. Also, they are like more than 330 running currently already. So this is super nice to see how successful this is, right? But still, obviously, we are not at the end of the journey. So to become really a truly skills-powered organization, it's also a lot around cultural shift, which will take us over the next course of the years. And also process and data-wise, there is some challenges. So maybe, Cemek, you want to elaborate a little bit on that piece.
So imagine you just bought the world's most advanced coffee machine. It promised perfect espresso every time, but you quickly realize, without fresh beans, clean water, and good recipe, and of course, perfect cleaning, you are never going to get that perfect cup. So we believe that AI in business is just like this. It's not a magic fix. It's a powerful tool, but only if you've done the hard work behind the scenes. At our company, we know that AI is not the saint girl. It doesn't solve business problem by itself. Success starts with understanding our real use cases, streamlined processes, and most importantly, building a foundation of solid, trusted data. We faced a few huge challenges. How do we map the complex landscape of skills and roles across 63K employees worldwide? Traditional methods were slow, manual, and of course, quickly outdated. Excel was not working. Instead, we need agility, accuracy, and scalability, something that could keep pace with our evolving business. Now, we help with Phenom, which brings in smart digital solution, which help us to establish a global skills framework. We didn't wait 2 years to set up these foundations. Instead, we implemented the talent marketplace within a couple of months. That way, we started gathering data from our people. We show them quickly benefits, and we foster a culture of continuous improvement and learning over time.
And Cemek, do you also want to share a little bit about, how we make sure that we use AI in a responsible manner? Because I think it's super critical, especially, for our users. The employees, that they also trust in the technology. Because sometimes I what I'm hearing from people is also when they hear AI, sometimes it feels like a threat. Or AI is doing something. What do they do with my data? So can you tell a bit how we tackle AI and digital solutions?
Now, there is something most organizations overlook. Responsible AI isn't just about the technology. It's about governance, ethics, and compliance. At our company, our AI governance procedure is our North Star. We follow a risk-based approach, evaluating every AI system for potential risks for health, safety, and fundamental rights. Every AI initiative is registered, documented, and tracked for compliance with global standards, like, for example, EU AI Act. We embedded digital ethics, data privacy, and non-discrimination in every step, from development to deployment. And of course, we invest in continuous training and awareness, making sure that our teams understand both the power and the limits of AI.
Yeah, I think we cannot emphasize that more, because it's so important to share transparently how we use AI. That AI will never make any decision, right? And really that we make every one of us accountable to use it wisely, and obviously that we make transparent how we use any data from our employees across any processes and technologies that we have in place. And I think this is part of the success that people then also trust in it and really leverage it. With that, huge thank you everyone for listening in, and enjoy the rest of AI Day.
Be in the driver's seat of your career. I'm sure that phrase hits home for a lot of you, but you also understand how complex it is to actually deliver on that promise. Scaling this concept, in Merck KGaA's case, with over 63,000 employees and over 3 businesses, can often lead to far too many disconnected tools, initiatives, and definitions, making it nearly impossible to understand your global skills framework. Phenom's employee relationship management solution, we're going to go ahead and call that one ERM moving forward, provides the AI-driven intelligence that powers personally curated recommendations across the platform. The ERM is built on orchestrating industry-specific ontologies, adding your enterprise context to deliver your personal company ontology, to guide critical tasks and decisions today, while also being future-ready. Your talent management team will have a centralized view of your skills landscape on the employee, role, and even organizational level. Insights into the unique skills, experiences, interests, and aspirations of each of your team members are normalized and searchable to not only guide personalized recommendations, but also support data-driven workforce and succession planning. A role-level view is also established based on rich industry data and the context that makes jobs in your organization unique. The common tasks important to the role, along with all of those skills that are both required and recommended, are mapped out. As the needs of both the market and your organization evolve, this always-on approach to skills governance stays up to date to meet these changing dynamics. Potential progressions are also mapped out based both on historic company movement and skill transferability to ensure that your employees are always in the driver's seat, while talent management stays in the loop on what is being recommended. Skills understanding is unlocked across the organization. And not only that, it's searchable. You will see where your skills exist across the workforce, along with all those skill adjacencies to guide data-driven strategy for the whole business. Now let's take a look at how this intelligence facilitates the growth of your employees, whether it be excelling in their current role, checking out some open opportunities that they may be a fit for, or understanding how their unique skills and experience translate to career growth inside as well as outside their department. Your ontology gives them guidance with individually curated recommendations. For career growth, These AI-driven insights leverage your ontology to recommend the paths that are relevant on the individual level based on historic company movement, skill transferability, as well as those paths that are prioritized by HR. For those that are explorers and looking for a more non-traditional path, the Choose Your Own Adventure option also exists to illustrate how they can navigate the organization towards their dream job. Along with curated recommendations, the intelligence provides direction on the skills and proficiency levels necessary to thrive in the role. But the next big question everyone always has is, how can I get those skills to prepare myself to be ready for my next adventure once the stars align? Recommended tasks based on relevant upskilling opportunities, such as content from your LMS platform, maybe some mentorship opportunities, or even gigs, projects, or experiential learning are curated and recommended on the individual level. Preparing your workforce for the opportunities of tomorrow by delivering personalized growth journeys is critical to empower mobility. Now let's take a look behind the scenes on how the role to task to skill relationships are established in the ontologies.
Hi everyone, myself Saikmar. Today I'm going to take you over skills and titles knowledge graph that we have built. Many organizations want to mature their approach to job architectures for workforce planning and development. We often keep hearing about skill-based hiring. However, there are some technical challenges in their way. Noisy skill strings, inconsistent titles, and taxonomies that keep going stale. These problems lead to poor matching logic. You end up matching on keywords instead of capabilities. We have built tech to address this directly. Normalization pipelines for both titles and skills. Iterative knowledge graph construction using LLM as a data source and public data. Automated ontology updates based on market trends. For skills and title normalization, we started with a top-performing open source language model and further fine-tuned it on a large curated dataset. We fine-tuned our model using the contrastive learning objective. The intuition is simple but powerful. We teach the model that different words can refer to the same exact concept. For example, we say JavaScript, JS, ES6, which are semantically identical. In our vector space model, their embeddings are pulled closer together. The model also solves the exact opposite problem. It pushes apart phrases that seem similar but exactly refer different concepts like Java developer and JavaScript developer. The result being it's a single canonical vector representation for every skill and job title. Here's the core of what makes our knowledge graph so powerful. We use LLM as a knowledge source. Modern LLMs are trained on huge corpora, so they encode a rich latent map of what skills belong to what roles. Instead of treating LLM output as a single answer, we treat it as a knowledge source that we can interrogate. For every role, we call multiple LLMs with multiple prompt strategies, such as direct extraction prompts, chain of thought reasoning, day-in-the-life role simulations, few-shot examples, and retrieve top-case similar examples to ground the LLM in real-world data, which improves recall and reduces hallucination. Now, we don't stop with one pass. We first list all the tasks for a role, then for each task, we extract skills. Now we flip the direction. For each skill, we ask which roles use it. This iterative loop grows a dense graph connecting roles to tasks to skills. We keep repeating this until we hit coverage and quality benchmarks. Each skill node carries a trend metadata based on job post frequency and web signals, whether it's emerging, stable, or declining. Relationships include parent-child hierarchies, prerequisites for guided upskilling, synonyms for deduplication, and transferable edges to surface adjacent talent. Every LLM output is grounded against external data such as job postings, public skill frameworks, industry reports, and open web occurrences and score for corroboration. We filter out weak edges and normalize the survivors into canonical IDs. Now maintaining all of this manually would be impossible. So we have automated it end to end. This knowledge graph is not static. It is alive and constantly evolving. We enrich our ontologies using new data from public job postings, industry skill frameworks, and open web sources. These signals are clustered and passed through our LLM and embedding pipeline to propose new skills, roles, and tasks. If multiple signals converge, we add them as new nodes in our ontology. Coming to drift detection and retirement, we monitor usage frequency trends across job posts and web occurrences. When we see a skill or role declining consistently, we lower its importance weight or retire it. So the end use is based on what the market actually values right now. In this, we also support customer-specific graph layer. On top of our global ontology, we create a private namespace where we ingest employee profiles, candidate resumes, recruiter actions, ATS data, project tags, and learning records. This layer allows us to capture companies' unique roles, internal terminology, and proprietary tools as first-class nodes. As part of contextual enrichment, we enrich private nodes with global trend data. For example, if your engineers are learning a niche tool, we show its market demand trend and adjacent skills, helping you decide whether to scale it. If you already have a skill framework, we don't replace it. We integrate it. We import your framework as is, map it into our ontology, and preserve your terminology. We align it with our skills, merge duplicates, and fill in company-specific tools or niche skills. We then enrich it with market intelligence signals. So each skill gets a relevance and trend score. This means your framework stays future-proof while remaining recognizable to all of your employees. The outcome of all of this is that you now have a trusted, queryable, and current skill graph. This enables career path recommendations, personalized upskilling, and internal mobility, because you can finally see who is ready for what. It also powers workforce planning because you can see what skills are missing or declining and plan hiring versus reskilling. It improves learning recommendations, so employees only get the courses that close real skill gaps. And it drives succession planning, gig staffing, and talent marketplace use cases, all with high confidence. In short, we turn messy skill data into a living, actionable asset that drives decisions across the talent lifecycle. This knowledge graph is not just a data structure. It is a tool that can be used by all of our AI agents across the Phenom platform.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be with you all today, and I trust that you're enjoying your AI Day experience so far. Great to be with you. My name is Tim Lippincott. I'm the Vice President of People Strategy at Excel's Blue Cross Blue Shield. Excited to be here to share with you how we've leveraged AI to answer two really critical and fundamental questions. The first being, how will we grow and retain our talent to meet ever-changing needs of our business and employee expectations? Second is, how do we increase our managers' ability and their effectiveness to drive meaningful development planning with their teams when really they're already pressed for time? I know I'm probably speaking to a group of leaders in the room here today who can probably relate to that. So our goal was really to identify, how do we accomplish those two things? How do we bring more into the organization and for our talent, but how do we do so in a way that is very mindful of the employees' leaders' time, knowing that it's already pressed? At Excel's Blue Cross Blue Shield, our mission really is to help provide, to really help people in our communities live healthier and more secure lives through access to high quality and affordable healthcare. And our people are really key to that future success in helping us to achieve that mission. So I'll start a little bit with how we're utilizing AI today, and then I'll really get into how our leaders are beginning to see the value in their use through experiences with their teams. And the story here in terms of how we're utilizing it today centers around retention, employee growth, and one that I'm really excited about, what we're seeing is empowering mobility. But I'll start with what we were seeing right away, and that's personalizing the employee's journey for development. Right, with Phenom and our internal talent marketplace, every employee can receive recommendations tailored to their role, to their interests, to their aspirations for their long-term career. And they can also connect that to training, stretch assignments, mentorship opportunities, all very important that we're able to have a system that does this, especially working in a hybrid work environment that we have today at the organization. AI really helps our employees see recommended career paths that they might not have otherwise come to. We're not that large of an organization, but what we found is it's complex, right? Our industry is complex. Our employees' ability to see all the possibilities from a career standpoint was full of that complexity as well, too. We've now been able to have our employees see where they are today, what skills they bring, what knowledge, what experience they bring, and what talent they bring to this organization, and it helps identify opportunities, right? It doesn't mean they need to take every one of those, but it gets them thinking differently about what does that lateral move look like instead of just the vertical ladder that we always hear about. So visibility to all that this company has to offer was very important for us. Last year is how it empowers our employees, right? By surfacing opportunities in real time, employees can take ownership of their career path that they might not have otherwise discovered. In the past, they relied on leaders. They relied on job boards, right? And now we're able to really show opportunities to our employees before they might even know that they are ready for them based on who they are today. We also took the opportunity to leverage what we were doing externally with sourcing new talent to join our organization and really flip that around to become an internal sourcing strategy. We have a group of recruiters who now their sole purpose is to look at the talent inside this organization, mine that data that we're able to see from our talent profiles, current positions, skills that they have, and start to make linkages to opportunities that we might have otherwise challenges in staffing. So the employee experience, fundamental. Secondly, and this is really two sides of the same coin here, can't do one without the other, is how do we make this easy for leaders? Challenging with all the things that are that they have on their plate, expectations day to day. We wanted to create what I'll call smarter team development, right? Leaders in the past, we saw they were typically spreading that peanut butter across everyone. So everyone would get the same experience, developmental path. That wasn't going to work for us anymore. Our goal was to meet employees where they are today. And we needed to empower leaders to be able to do that with the visibility of the skills that exist on their teams today that highlight strengths in development areas. Leaders can now see where upskilling will make the biggest impact, both within their current positions, but also to help enable a development conversation to take place in terms of where that career pathing is set to go. So connecting employees with the right opportunities, but also making them better in the jobs that they hold today. But to simplify, how do we give time back to managers? Right? If there's a gift, I think that we in HR try to give to our leaders, it's time. But that is a very challenging proposition. But what we found is with the AI that exists in our internal mobility platform, that streamlines development planning by pulling skills, career pathing, and mentorship, future opportunities into one place. That was central for us. So how do we have leaders go to one place, the same place that their employees are going for all things development? Because as much as it's great to have a development plan, and skills are really enabling us to do a lot in that space, what's most important is, does it drive a meaningful conversation between manager and employee? And for us, that meant we had to clear the clutter that was getting in the way of that. So instead of sharing documents back and forth, development plans and Excel spreadsheets and Word documents, we now have one place that enables both leader and employee to have the visibility into that plan. And also centering it around employee needs, employee skills, growth, right? Both for their experience and for where our organization is headed. And lastly, for our leaders, is driving performance and engagement. This has essentially become our retention strategy. It's centered around when employees know that their development is a priority, right? And they know it's a priority for their organization and more specifically for their manager. It builds engagement, right? It strengthens retention and drives for better results for our members and for our business in many ways. So in closing, before I let you get back to your day, it's about creating a culture of growth, both for our employees, for our organization, and doing so in a way that is mindful of what's on our leaders' plate. Now we can equivocally say that every employee has a personalized or the opportunity to have a personalized development journey, and every leader is beginning to be equipped with ways in terms of how do they nurture that talent. With AI, right? I think a lot of times we think about what AI and what are some of the issues that we have yet to define. But what we're seeing in this way that we've rolled it out is we're not just preparing for the future of work, we're shaping it together, and we're doing so in partnership with our business, with our leaders, and meeting our employees' needs. So I really thank you for the opportunity to spend some time with you. It's been a journey that we've taken slowly over the past couple of years, and we're really at that place right now where we're leveraging our leaders to enable this experience for our employees. So it's an exciting time for us, and I know it's an exciting day for you. I wish you the best.
Hi, I'm Arjun, and I'm here to show how our Career Coach agent turns career growth from a place you go into a coach that comes to you, guiding weekly progress for employees towards real role moves. You just saw Phenom's employee experience product. We already recommend paths, courses, gigs, and mentors. However, employees don't log in regularly. When they do, they see a wall of recommendations and don't know where to start. And even if they start, life happens and momentum stalls. The problem isn't a lack of resources available to the employee to upskill themselves. It's an activation problem. Meet our Career Coach agent, a multi-agent AI system that solves exactly this, turns intentions into weekly progress. So what does the coach actually do? It has 3 jobs: start, stick, and scale. Start. Collapse noise into the one best next step. Stick. Keeps you on plan with timely nudges and micro-learning, not hour-long marathons. Scale. Compound weekly wins into skill mastery. Unlock a relevant gig and line up a mentor, all pointed to a targeted role. Traditional recommenders are one shot. You input a skill and get 3 courses. Career growth isn't one shot. It's a sequence. Pick a target role, identify gaps, curate courses, gigs, mentors, schedule time, stay on track. That requires a system that can pull from many data sources, reason over them, and adapt in real time. Our career coach doesn't just suggest. It plans, prioritizes, schedules, nurtures, and repairs the plan when life gets in the way. Let's talk about architecture now. At the core is a supervisor agent that coordinates specialists. The supervisor agent acts as the orchestrator, delegating tasks across specialized agents while maintaining global state. It ensures reasoning continuity, coordinates tool API usage, and manages memory flow between agents. By applying the React framework, it decides when to think, when to call sub-agents, and how to integrate results into a coherent career plan. Skill enrichment agent. The skills enrichment agent identifies gaps between an employee's current role and future goals using our skill gap API. It enriches the profile with both role-specific and additional skills by leveraging our skills ontology. This ensures employees always have an up-to-date skill profile that drives accurate recommendations downstream. The career path agent maps an employee's current role to possible future roles using our role graph, which is developed in-house. Employee can also input specific target role to get respective career paths. It highlights the required skills and certifications needed to bridge the gap. This creates a transparent, data-driven roadmap for career growth. Career planning agent. This goes beyond API calls. It actually prioritizes learning. The agent decides what skills should be learned sequentially, which can be learned in parallel, and how to optimize scheduling so employees reach their goal in the minimum possible time. Based on the plan, it can schedule focus time for course learnings or mentor interactions depending on the availability of the calendar. Gig agent. It matches employee learnings to real-world projects for practice based on the current status of the employee. Proactive layer. Based on tenure, role history, and engagement data, the system proactively nudges employees with relevant next actions. We used React framework to develop the agent. The career coach agent alternates between thinking, which skills matter most now, and acting, like which API to call, whether skill gap API or skills ontology. It can decide mentor first or gig first, then call the right tool. This back and forth chain of thought and planning makes React the best option. It's transparent, debuggable, and extensible. Each reasoning trace is tracked, hence we have the explainability of why a specific recommendation was made. In short, this agentic flow upgrades us from static predictions to dynamic adaptive career reasoning. Coaching only works if it remembers you, your actions, and your preferences every step of the way. Hence, the memory becomes the backbone for this agent. We use 4 memory types. Working memory. It's like a short-term scratchpad. It holds a current conversation context, such as the employee's role, career goal, and immediate queries. Episodic memory. It stores personal career history, the courses an employee has completed, mentors they have interacted with, or gigs they have worked on. Semantic memory. It holds shared organizational knowledge, the skills ontology, mappings between roles and skills, and the taxonomy of gigs and projects. And procedural memory. It captures the how-to, the orchestration strategies the agent follows, like prioritizing certain skills first or deciding whether to suggest a gig or a course. Now in practice, we manage this across 2 layers. Short-term memory, which lives inside LangGraph for the active session. It combines the working memory with snippets of episodic memory that are relevant right now. Long-term memory. Long-term memory, it's persistent. It lives in our talent graph database where we store episodic history, skill progression, and engagement logs. This is queried with embedding so that in the next session, the agent can pull context seamlessly. And here's what it feels like. Monday, the coach proposes 2 10-minute lessons and books a 30-minute sandbox for Thursday. Wednesday, it spots a gap before your next meeting and offers a 5-minute recap. Friday, If the sandbox slips, it repairs the plan, shrinks scope, or moves to a time you usually accept. End of week, it sends a brief summary, and if you're consistent, unlocks a gig to apply what you have learned in the week. It's timely, specific, and one tap. In conclusion, career growth happens in small steps, like every week. And the career coach agent turns this journey into a guided habit that sticks.
Thank you for joining us today for AI Day 2025. We hope you learned something. We hope you enjoyed yourself. And we'll see you next year. Thank you all. Take care.